ये मैंने क्लिनिकल का बना दिया है, क्लिनिकल का सुपरवाइजर 3 वीक्स का बना है। वो मैडम कल बहुत प्रॉब्लम हुआ, मैंने इसके बहुत प्रॉब्लम हुआ, मतलब ये मैं तो भूल गई थी आपको बोलने, मैंने भूल नहीं थी कि मतलब हाँ मेट्रन 9:30, हाँ 9:30 टाइम है मैडम, नहीं आया अभी। क्या है उन लोगों को करने के लिए बिल बोला कि 26 का हम लोग को बस का प्रॉब्लम, तो इन्फॉर्म करने के लिए गया एलमन और अर्चना, तो लोग तो संदीता तो ऐसे ही है, संदीता तो बोलने लगे आप लोग ऐसे हमसे कैसे होगा, हमेशा 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 कहाँ, हम लोग तो 23 को ही किया है और 26 को, हमेशा हमेशा ऐसा करने से आप लोग को तो हम ड्यूटी करने के लिए अलाउ नहीं करेंगे, ये नहीं होगा नहीं होगा, आप लोग दूसरा कास्ट मैनेज करो, अरेंज करो, ऐसे ऐसे बकने लग गया। तो वो उन लोग आके मुझे बताया, तो मैंने बोला ठीक है तब देखती हूँ, डॉली को बुला के मैंने बात किया, तो मैंने बोला डॉली इम्पॉसिबल, नाइट ड्यूटी का हम भेज देते हैं, डे और मॉर्निंग में तो एमएससी का स्टूडेंट भी रहेगा, तो हम ऐसे बोल सकते हैं कि हाँ मैडम, स्टूडेंट ही थोड़ा वो था, नहीं करना चाहती थी क्योंकि ऑफ बोला था ना, हाँ ऐसे क्या अभी मैडम, ऐसे क्या, तो नाइट ड्यूटी को भेज देते हैं, गाड़ी का भी मैंने और सर लोगों से बात किया, नाइट ड्यूटी होगा बोला, तो फिर मैंने उस डॉली को बोला स्टूडेंट को नाइट ड्यूटी का ऑफ बाद में दे दो, नाइट ड्यूटी वाला को ऑफ बाद में दे दो, जैसे उनको चाहिए ऐसे दे दो बाद में मिला के, तो फिर भेजा हम मेट्रन ऑफिस में कि नाइट ड्यूटी करेंगे और मॉर्निंग और इवनिंग में 8 to 4 एमटा नहीं थी, लेकिन मैडम नेक्स्ट मेट्रन तो अच्छा है, संगीता ही ऐसे उल्टा पुल्टा करते रहते हैं। इसी का कल वैक्सीनेशन लिया ना फर्स्ट ईयर का मेरा, तो फिर किसी का पैन कार्ड ये सब नहीं था, लोग माना कर रहे थे, फिर मैंने क्या किया, एक नॉमिनल रोल निकाल के आपका तरफ से मैंने 2 लाइन लिख दिया नीचे हाथ से, फिर फॉर प्रिंसिपल करके साइन करके व्हाट्सएप करके भेज दिया, तो उससे हो गया मैडम काम, ले लिया, स्टाम्प भी डाला, हाँ गोल्ड स्टाम्प नहीं डाला, प्रिंसिपल का स्टाम्प डाला, फिर साइन किया, वो दोनों किया है। ये 2 में अब अपलोड कर दूँ, पहले मैं टेस्ट कर देता मुझे तो अर्जेंट था ना मैडम, आदमी चाहिए था ज्यादा तो, सुजाता, फिर मेडिकल सर्जिकल, करना होगा मैम। जाना चाहिए। अनुपमा ने भी बोला, बाहर भी सब लोग बोल रहे थे, बोला है इतना तंग कर दिया हम लोग को, रात में 12 बजे तक फिर रहता है ऐसे बोल कर अनुपमा ने बताया।
You will not speak one extra word. Purana ji was जैसे थी. Even this general Kumar was there. Used to ask that this सब ठीक है ऐसे ना तो बोलता था. लेकिन गैम्बलिंग तो एक्स्ट्रा
और बोलता है. हाँ.
ये जो ठीक है भी नहीं, कुछ भी नहीं पूछता है. पूछता नहीं है, वो जो बोलता है वही करता है. There is no other question. अच्छा हो गया वो दोनों आया, वो दोनों नहीं आने से और प्रॉब्लम.
हाँ, वो नहीं आने से और प्रॉब्लम. नहीं आने से. नवजानी अनुपाना सरोजनी भी करेंगे बोल के बोला था, क्या नहीं मुझे हाँ. और मैम एक 4th स्टूडेंट का पैर फ्रैक्चर हुआ है. हाँ, श्वेता कुछ बीच में अनुभव बहुत है ना, बेटा साइन को किस
ऐसे यार.
So in the working model, what we have, they are working means they are making us to show how exactly they work. For example, we are making the fetal circulation models. Yeah, we may make the circulation, blood circulation models. So in that type of models, how they are working, we can show them exactly how they work and how they perform. Okay. So those are the working models. Is that clear? The cross-sectional model. Already discussed with you the cross-sectional models. So what are cross-sectional models? Inside what is there inside the our
WhatsApp নাই কৰা মই এটো কৈছো এটো মিলটো পঠিয়াইছে
cross-sectional model.
Good morning, participant. All of you, please mute yourself. Okay. Hello. Yeah, if you can hear me, I think all of you can hear me, right? Please mute yourself. Thank you.
এটা কি হব? এনেকুৱা নেকি? ফিডবেক ফাংচন পাছত দিয়ে ন? আচ্ছাটো দি দিব পাৰে। নাই। জয়েন কৰি থওঁ ন? চাইছা তেনে আমি কিছু কৰি দিওঁ। কোনটো টাইমত বোলে দি দিম। ৰবা। হেৰি কৰাচোন, এইটো মোক কালেকশ্যন কৰি দিয়াচোন। শ্ৰীদেৱী বালাচন আৰু তুমি কৈছা হেৰিটো কি হ'ল? ভিডিঅ'টো অন হৈ আছে ন? তুমি এড হৈ আছা? এড হ'ল জানো? এতিয়া চব অন হৈ আছে। এটা হ'ল। ফোন চলো খালি মিউট কৰি দেবা নহলে এইটো এটা एक्सीडेंट का दिखाया था मैम को ऑलरेडी चेक करवाया है तो ठीक है लेकिन मैम स्पॉट इंजरी का नहीं मिल रहा है इंजरी का नहीं हो रहा है পালানে কেটি পাৰিছানে হেৰি জয়েন হৈছেনে কি ওলালে তুমি ওলাই গৈছা তুমি ওলাবাই
হৈছে 386 ন পাৰ্টিচিপেন্টৰ 387 98 হৈছে কি কৰিম আৰু 5 মিনিট মান ৰখো 9:35 হৈছে We'll start shortly within 5 minutes. So 101 participant has joined, 102. Okay, so we'll start shortly by 5 minutes. 5 minutes. এইটো কিয় এনেকুৱা আহিছে? নহয় নহয়, হিজি আহি আছিলে বাইদেউ। কৰি দিওঁ। Ma'am, I'll start. Gitu, ma'am. Namaskar. A very good morning to each and everyone joining us for this 3 days international virtual conference. Respected dignitaries, resource person, and my dear delegates. I'm Mrs. Anamika Bhuya, Assistant Professor, Faculty of Nursing, Assam Downtown University. Welcome you all for our 3 days international conference on technique for effective dissemination of scientific findings and quality practice with the theme Disseminate Scientific Findings, Ensure Quality Practice. I am very glad to inform you all that around 386 participants have registered for our conference and delighted to have with us a group of eminent resource persons around the world. Thank you all the delegates and resource persons to accept our invitation and joining us. Assam Downtown University is a leading university of Northeast region, established in the year 2010. It is located in Panikhaiti, Guwahati, capital of Assam, India. Presently, Assam Downtown University offering 60 courses in different programs. Our university is recognized by AICT, INC, PCI, UGC, DST, Government of India. University is also affiliated by NET. Our areas of excellence are sciences, engineering, allied health science, management, social science, humanities, nursing, and pharmacy. Faculty of Nursing is one of the renowned and growing institute of nursing in Northeast region, which run from the diploma up to PG courses of nursing. Presently, we have ANM program, GNM program, BSc nursing program, post-basic nursing and MSc nursing in 3 specialties. Faculty of Nursing strive to provide the best nursing education that combines continuous quality improvement, current technology, cost effectiveness, and improve student performance in learning and rendering comprehensive, compensate holistic patient care in the international environment. I want some slide. So here, I want to show you some views of our university campus. Now, I would like to request Professor Mrs. Manushi Sengupta, Dean in Charge, Faculty of Nursing, to unfold the theme for our conference.
Thank you. Thank you, Anamika. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, yes, audible.
Okay. So, a warm good morning to all the dignitaries present in this platform, delegates joined from entire world, professional experts who have joined today with us in this virtual EAT conference. Myself, Professor Manushree Sengupta, the Dean, Faculty of Nursing, Assam Downtown University, welcomes each one of you on behalf of Assam Downtown University. Related to the theme of the conference, which is very aptly selected by the organizing team, related to the techniques for effective dissemination of scientific findings and quality practice. So what exactly is dissemination? Dissemination is the act of spreading or sharing the information to others. This is very vital for the nursing professionals because when nurses stay abreast of new evidences near to their patients, near to their field of practice, they can spread the information to others to ensure that high quality service and most effective care being delivered to our patients. In dissemination of scientific findings from historical time, 3 P's are very important. So 3 P's combines as posters, presentations, and publications. So these are the 3 primary ways of dissemination of our scientific findings and evidence-based practices in the field of in the various field of nursing areas or nursing practice. The information which has been obtained by the nurse researchers, it can be disseminated in various forms, in various platforms, maybe in some international conferences as a paper presentation, maybe a good journal publications, maybe the evidence-based practices. It may be a small audit that also can be implemented in the area of practice. So starting from the bedside to the extensive educational level, we can bring our research findings so that our students, our nursing professional can be at their best. So practice that has shown to be very effective through research allows nurse to be a better advocate for the patients and provide the best quality service to our individuals, to the society at large. So I'm very optimistic that the 3 days conference with very prominent experts in the field of research and in their own field of expertise is definitely going to be beneficial to all the participants. It will be a great learning experience for everybody. Best wishes to all the scientific paper presenters and the organizing team, and also to all the delegates who has joined today with the entire world and entire nation. So thank you once again and best wishes to everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ma'am Manushree, for unfolding the theme and for your informative words. Now, I would like to ask Professor Mrs. Nirmali Gogoi, Conference Secretary, come HOD, Faculty of Nursing, Assam Downtown University, to introduce our speakers for this 3 days international conference. Ma'am, over to you.
মই প্ৰথমে এজ এ কনফাৰেন্স সেক্ৰেটাৰী সকলোকে মই উষ্ম আদৰণি জনালো। Very warm good morning one and all present here. Honorable Chancellor Dr. N.N. Dr. Sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. N.C. Talukdar Sir, respected Dean of Studies Professor Bandana Dr. Madam, Resident Trustee Mrs. Gaurishi Dr. Madam, Managing Trustee Mr. Jyotisman Dr. Sir, Executive Director Mrs. Mayrakshi Dr. Madam, Chairperson, Research Advisor, Director Quality Control, all Deans, HODs of different faculties, Assam Downtown Universities, and all administrators of Assam Downtown Universities, and all distinguished guests present here. As a conference secretary, I am very glad to announce you we have very eminent speakers from diverse countries of the world for first international conference organized by Faculty of Nursing, Assam Downtown University. At first, I heartily welcome to all. Now I would like to introduce our speakers. First, Dr. Rothi Balashandan. Madam is the Additional Director General Nursing, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of Assam. Next. Next, we have Dr. Arwin M. Feller. Sir Arwin Feller is the Director of Internationalization and Linkage and Professor in the Faculty of Pharmacy in San Pedro College, in Davao City, Philippines. He was a former consultant in Research Management Center and a Director for International Linkage at Tagam Doctor College, Philippines. He is a visiting professor in Bournemouth University, United Kingdom. Next, we have Dr. Lotha Venkatesan. She is professor cum principal, College of Nursing, AIMS, New Delhi. Madam, she is having more than 30 years of experience in education, clinical, and administration. Academically, Madam is a BSc Nursing, MS Nursing, MPhil, PhD, and MBA. Madam is a NABS assessor from 2012. She is a co-committee member of NABS and NEC. She published several articles in Index Journal and authored the books. Madam is a governing committee, a member of governing committee, president of faculty, senate, board of studies, board of research, doctoral advisory committee of distinguished university. Madam is a member of UPSC advisor. She is a founder member of ANNE. Next, we have Mrs. Patricia J. Vanderloop. She is a clinical professor. Madam Vanderloop is a current registered nurse, clinical assistant professor from University of Wisconsin, US. Madam, she has 25 years clinical experience at Theda Care Medical Care in patient obstetric units. Madam Vanderloop has been a delegate to several international conferences in India, including Sri Ramachandran, Chennai, the Ministry of Health Conference for strengthening the nursing midwifery workforce for improved health outcome in India, and Chadha University, Delhi. Madam Vanderloop is certified in inpatient obstetrics and a member of Association of Women's Health, Obstetric and Neonatal Nursing. Next, we have Professor Dr. Ratna Prakash Chakraborty. Madam is the Academic Director, Paul College of Nursing, Medical Science, Nainital, Uttarakhand. Madam is a former Professor, Dean, College of Nursing, Manipal University, Karnataka, and former Professor and Principal, Nursing College, Swami Rama Himalayan University, Dehradun, Uttarakhand. Madam is the Adjunct Professor, School of Nursing, Minnesota University, USA. Madam is the editor, contributor, authoring textbooks, is a peer reviewer, advisory board members of the Indian Professional Journals. Next, we have a very renowned speakers, Sri Devi Balashandan. Please give a slide. Ankur. Sri Devi Balashandan, she is a lecturer at Sultan Qaboos University, Muscat, Oman. Madam currently registered nurse in United Kingdom, Australia, Sultanate of Oman. She has traveled to USA as well as Israel and versed with nursing matters there as well. She is passionate about nursing and being a nurse. Madam is the first director of nursing, Manipal Hospital, Bangalore. She is an alumni of Leelavati Thackeray College of Nursing, SNDT Women's University, and she is a Masters of Cardiothoracic Nursing from there. Madam was awarded the Dr. T.N. Berry Scholarship of Indo-British Arrangement. Madam spent clinical years in the Royal Brompton Hospital, London. She is a reviewer of British Journal of Nursing and Sultan Qaboos University, Sultan Qaboos University Medical Journal. Thank you, Madam, all of the eminent resource person for we are happy to have you for this conference. This is all about the speakers for this conference. The conference will start from today onwards. After this inaugural program, the session will be started. I hope all the session will be successful one with fulfill the objectives. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ma'am Nirmali, for introducing our speakers to us and delegates. Once again, thank you, Sir and Ma'am, for accepting our invitation and give us assurance and you are joining us today. Welcome you, ma'am. Now, I'd like to request Professor Mrs. Bandana Dr. Ma'am, Dean of Studies, Assam Downtown University, to kindly speak few words to us.
I am very happy to know that Faculty of Nursing of Assam Downtown University has organized a webinar on 25th, 26th and 27th of March. So their webinar will be on research methods. So it will be a great benefit of the researcher for their research purpose. I am really very happy that they have organized speakers from different parts of the world, from India and from abroad also. I heartily welcome all of them by my heart, and in near future, if possible, I welcome them, I invite them to visit our university and interact with our students and researchers. Once again, I thank the faculty members of Assam Downtown University Nursing College, and in near future also, I think they will organize this sort of webinar and help the student and the researchers in their various fields. With these few words, I thank once again. Long live Assam Downtown University.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your valuable words and always supporting us and encouraging us. And thank you, ma'am. Moving towards, I would like to request Professor Dr. Gitumani Kaur, Conference Chairperson, come Director Research and Outreach, Faculty of Nursing, Assam Downtown University, to release our e-souvenir. Over to ma'am.
Greetings to all. It gives us immense pleasure and privilege to pen down few words on the first International E-Conference on Techniques for Effective Dissemination of Scientific Findings and Quality Practice organized by the Faculty of Nursing, Assam Downtown University on the theme, Disseminate Scientific Findings, Ensure Quality Practice, on 25th, 26th and 27th of March, 2021. We cannot afford to live with the mentality of doing it my way as we have always done it this way. Using evidence to change the way in which nursing is practiced is essential to our future. What is more challenging, and possibly a little scary, is sharing your research with the wider world. For every research study, the results need to reach the widest possible audience and be available to practitioners not just today but permanently. The dissemination of research is an important first step on the path toward knowledge translation and practice change. This calls for enhanced knowledge in the field of research among interdisciplinary fraternity and focuses on quality practice by effective dissemination of scientific findings. We express our heartfelt gratitude to the entire team who contributed to the successful release of the e-souvenir.
Okay. Lemon cake niki. মেমৰ হৈ গ'ল নেকি? মেমৰ হৈ গ'ল নেকি? গীতু মেমৰ হ'ল নেকি? গীতু মেমৰ হ'ল নেকি? হৈ গ'ল। Our very own Honorable Chancellor Sir, Vice Chancellor Sir has joined. Dr. N.C. Talukdar Sir. Sir, welcome Sir and joining for us. Now, I would like to request our Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, N.C. Talukdar Sir, to share his experience with us. Sir.
Good morning and greetings to each one of you participating in this inaugural session of the 3 days e-conference, and a very special welcome and greetings to very distinguished speakers of this particular e-conference. In fact, I'm very delighted to see that the organizer has been able to bring in one platform several very distinguished persons in their respective field, and will be delivering lectures on this particular theme, techniques for effective dissemination of scientific findings and quality practice. I understand that this will be mostly focused on area of nursing research, both research findings writing and effective communication of what is coming out of research. But this can also have a very broader context. In fact, for every researcher or scientist, it is extremely important that the research they carry out, the results they obtain is effectively communicated. One may be a very good researcher, one may be very fertile in thoughts, may have very good innovative thoughts, but if cannot be expressed like what we do in laboratory may not benefit the peer and the society as a whole. So writing or communication in terms of presentation extremely important, and this it's a lot of skill required that can be enhanced. This skill can be enhanced through proper training and to proper approach. And I am sure next 3 days will benefit the participants. If we talk about the Northeast India, research pace of research activity is not that intense as in other parts of the country of the world or world. Even in nursing faculty here in the university, we are trying to encourage them to devote some amount of their time in doing good research. And also already they have been doing research, but want to intensify it. And as a whole, for the entire region, it will be very helpful. I also see that the different speakers, they're very beautiful title. Somebody will speak up on how to write an effective research article, and some will say on finding a good research article from a journal. Finding a research article from a journal which is relevant to the field of area one is taking up or doing research in is extremely important. Like so many journals today, both hard copy, e-journals, so many of them. So one has to be really choosy. One has to know even the ethics of publications. You know, today we have this minage of your predatory journal publications. There are thousands and thousands of predatory journals, and the beginner in the field of research will not be able to distinguish. So I'm extremely happy to see that there will be coverage on all this aspect. I don't want to take much time. I'm sure that this 3-day e-conference will be extremely effective. But before I end, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to all the distinguished speakers, and I will name them: Dr. Rati Balachandran, Dr. Irwin Fowler, Ms. Patricia Vanderloop, Dr. Lata Bankatesh, Dr. Rati Sridevi Balachandran, and many others. With these words, I wish a grand success of this 3-day e-conference on techniques for effective dissemination of scientific findings and quality practice. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your delightful and encouraging words and supporting us always. By this, we came to end of the inaugural session of the conference. Very shortly, we will start the next session. Thank you, Ma'am Gitumani Kaur, for releasing our e-souvenir and supporting us throughout the conference. Now, I'd like to hand over the platform to Ms. Dejar to carry out the program further. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Have a nice day ahead.
Everyone, my name is Day1, lecturer, Faculty of Nursing, Assam Downtown University. It is my immense pleasure to be the moderator for the first session of First National on techniques for effectiveness of scientific findings and quality practice. So first of all, it is my great honor and privilege to have with us our first speaker for the session, Ms. Sridevi Chandran, lecturer, Sultan Qaboos University, Muscat, Oman. Ma'am will be briefing us on the session of how to write an effective research article. So ma'am is currently working at Sultan Qaboos University as a lecturer for the past 16 years. She's also an alumni of the Lilabai and has completed her master's. She has also interest and has worked at the PH Hinduja Hospital for the last 5 years after her master's as a clinical specialist in nursing. Subsequently, she has been teaching at her alma mater until she was awarded with the Dr. P.N. Berry Scholarship, which is an Indo-British arrangement. She has also spent another clinical years at the Royal Brompton Hospital, London, and other large health transplant centers in London and the nearby areas. There are also many sweeping changes to her credit, some of them being establishing a senior program, which is continuing from 2000 till date. In 2004, she was selected to work as a faculty at the Sultan Qaboos University, which ma'am is currently working at present. In 2010, she spent 3 months to complete an Australian registration adaptation course to experience Australian requirements and nursing care, as well as posing assessment and evaluation from Australia. She has been awarded as the best teacher in 2012 at Sultan Qaboos University. Ma'am also has many current research projects. So to name a few, ma'am is co-investigator of one research project on the topic nursing perception versus actual family need among Omani patients at critical care units. Ma'am is also reviewing many journals for British Journal of Nursing and SQU Medical Journal. In 2020, she completed around 10 reviews. Ma'am also completed an online certificate courses in fundamentals of peer review from Xavier Academy, as well as a certificate course from Emmet Knowledge Foundation on information resource and literature searching. And she also believes advocacy is a topic close to this heart. It is to be implemented and not spoken. Advocacy can be for the patients and public as a hospital staff, for students as well as the faculty. She is also a keen learner of Mohiniyattam, a classical dance form. She also believes in fitness regimens and utilizes the gym. So without further delay, I would like to hand over the session to Madam Sridevi Balachandran. Over to you, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Ma'am, your voice is not audible.
Sridevi madam mute করে থৈছে নেকি চোন Shaino sir, check whether Sridevi madam is mute. Her voice is not coming.
Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Ma'am, your voice is not audible. Hello, ma'am. Ma'am, we are not hearing. Ma'am, you are not audible. Ma'am, please unmute your microphone.
Okay.
Hello.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Can
Yes,
you-
ma'am.
Yeah. Please, can you allow me to share my screen, because I made changes on my screen and I would like to share my own screen if possible.
Okay, ma'am. Sure.
Sure, to allow ma'am screen sharing. Screen share allow.
On my first device, please allow me to share screen on my first device. I'm talking from my mobile phone and I would like to share my screen on my laptop.
দুটা ডিভাইস আছে এটা দুইটা ডিভাইসতে এলাও কৰি দিয়া
Ma'am, can you share your screen?
I'm not allowed. See, there is a laptop on which I'm sharing the screen because I cannot see otherwise. I'm talking on my mobile phone. So if you could allow me.
Ma'am, I think you can share now.
Host disabled participant screen sharing, it says. Can you allow me on both my equipments?
Okay, ma'am. Sure.
Please? Because I don't think you're doing it. Are you allowing me on the mobile but not on my laptop? Yet. Sorry.
Hello.
Can you make me co-host, please? Can you make co-host? This might be easier. Just make me the co-host, and I will be able to share the screen. All speakers have to be made co-host, then only they are allowed to share the screen.
You can. Hello, ma'am. Ma'am, you can share now.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Let me just. Yeah, I can. Okay. Can you all get it? Yes. Can you all see it?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. And warm greetings from the College of Nursing, Sultan Qaboos University, Muscat, Oman. It's a small country with about 45 lakh people in the entire country, and about 19 lakhs are people are non-citizens in this country. This is my university that you can see as a bird's eye view. This is my faculty at the College of Nursing that you can see below. And we have a lot of male and female faculty that work in our college. At the onset, I would like to thank Professor Gitu Manikanwar and Nirmali, I don't remember her surname, for inviting me to this conference and asking me to speak. And I thank the Vice Chancellor and everyone else who has who has thanked us for our participation. And we hope that we are able to contribute to everyone. Okay, so without wasting much time, the topic given to me is writing an effective research article. This title itself means that the audience here probably have a very good idea of how a research process is done. That means how to write a research proposal, how to conduct a research, how to derive the results, etc. Now, like the Vice Chancellor rightly said, we might have great ideas and we might do great research, but it is not useful if we are unable to tell the world that what we have done and share the information. Sharing information actually makes it possible to provide evidence base, and somebody might collect, once more evidence is collected on the same topic from different regions of the country or from different parts of the world, this will become an easy source from which somebody else can do a systematic review and draw evidence. So writing an effective research article is something that is extremely, extremely important. And when I say this, I also have a disclaimer. That means when I say disclaimer, am I the best? Have I written so many articles, or have I written well? This is the question that I as a speaker have to ask. Though I have not written many articles, I would say that I have written effective articles, because writing is only the beginning, but there are so many other things that have to happen to say that your article is effective. So the first thing about writing is, actually, I think even in this e-conference, before this e-conference, or everybody must conduct, everybody is afraid of writing, putting pen to paper, or in computer language, putting the cursor onto a sheet of paper. And this is not abnormal. Every writer tells you that how afraid they were of writing. And everybody is afraid of being judged, because once you write, it becomes an evidence of your capacity, your thinking, or whatever. People always have this fear that once I have written, then it will become an evidence that others might use against me. Or, the fears are like innumerable. For example, I will tell you a small example. Don't even think of research article. Think of writing a letter. Like in school, we were taught to do letter writing, asking for leave from our principal on a rainy day, etc. These were the beginning of the seeds of writing that were inserted into our minds from school days. So when we are writing, then we get marks for it, and then somebody tells you you didn't follow the format or whatever else. So writing is something scary. There's disturbance. There is too much of disturbance. Can you unmute? Can you mute others, please?
Hello. Other participants, please mute your microphone. Hello. Participant, please mute your microphone.
So I was. Participants are required to mute your phone. It's difficult to speak against so much of noise.
Microphone.
First, we need to learn to listen, and then we start writing. Okay, let me continue. So writing is something that's scary to everyone, but it is not impossible to write. It is just a fear we have to overcome, and overcoming the fear is just a mindset. There is nothing that will happen. You will not lose your job, or you will not die, or you will not have a sickness by writing. So there are simple ways of writing that people start with, whether it's a letter writing, whether it's an application form, whether it is, so there are higher levels it comes to. Whether it is a term paper, if it is in nursing, we write term papers or concept papers. And finally, we reach to a level where we have to write research papers. So writing is about communicating. Now, why did I say writing is just the beginning? Because in this university where I work, many people do not know how, or probably are not aware in India, as I knew, that how important it is that universities actually are competing for ranking systems in the world. So in this university, this is Sultan Qaboos University. This university is probably now among the 500, 600 range of universities in the Times scoring or in the QS scoring of universities. From India, if you look at universities that are there in this high ranking, in these rankings at the higher level, probably only the IITs, the Indian Institute of Technology, are the only people that are at the high level of ranking in the QS rankings or in the Times higher education rankings. While in the Gulf, whether it is Saudi Arabia or it is Oman or it is any other country, everybody is competing to get a place at the highest level, at least to be on the top 100, top 200, top 1000 universities in the world. And one of the major shares for increasing the ranking of an university comes from writing and publishing in where? So the next thing is publishing where? Publishing in some local journal? No, publishing in an indexed journal. When you say indexed journal, the most common indexing is Scopus, and my next speaker will tell you about how to select a journal and how about its indexing. My topic is not this, but I just wanted to show you that writing is only the beginning, and this is only the A or B of the alphabet A to Z, because there's much more ahead of writing and even much more ahead of publishing. So if you write, then you should publish in an indexed journal, which is a challenge. You have to multiple times get to write, review, get ready to get rejected, then apply again. When you write, we need to look at journal impact factors. When you say journal impact factors in Scopus, there are quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, and quarter 4 journals. So for example, a science journal like Nature is something which comes in a quarter 1, and their journal impact factor may be like, I don't remember what it is, but very high, and it is probably 99% of the articles that go to that journal rejected. And rejection is one of the ways to identify a journal impact factor. So, for example, I'm not going to explain this because somebody else will explain. For example, Sultan Qaboos University Medical Journal. Oh my God. Okay. The Sultan Qaboos University Medical Journal is in quarter 3. So its impact factor is probably just near to 1. And when you look at journal impact factors, higher the impact factor, more the, higher the journal and higher the ability of the author to publish in that journal. After the indexing comes the next problem or the next point to keep in mind, that if you published in a good journal, are you getting cited? So if there are no citations, that means your research was not worth anything, and your article, nobody is looking at it. Nobody is quoting it. So for example, I don't write many articles. I'll show you my example, but I have an article on preceptors for student training, and it is approximately 70 citations. Or my article in writing, that writing to learn, has not many citations, probably 2 or 3 citations. So if somebody doesn't cite your article, then that article, so that is also another competitive factor to look at before, when we're writing and when we are starting to publish. Then the next individual factors in this university, they hire professors or assistant professors based on the H index of the individual or the I index of the individual. Now, I will not be again explaining, either go to Google and check, or you will know what is the impact of H index or I index. So writing is just step 1, and there is so many more things to keep in mind. So if it comes to Z of writing, all the steps below are even more important. So if we think in India, we are just plain lucky if for you to become an assistant professor or to become a professor, you need to publish in UGC cited journals. Now, I haven't gone through the list, but I know it's available on the Google site. But if this is all that is required, you're just plain lucky, because nobody will let you, it will not be an international appreciation by just writing in UGC journals, because this is a colleague at my college. I just want to show you this. This gentleman called Layo, that we just call him Layo, he's a Filipino, Layo Labrage. He's also only a lecturer, because we have other rules here on PhD and on application and jobs, etc. This gentleman, I'm so proud to show you about his writing and his work. just few months ago, he is on the top 1% of researchers in the world. How does he become on the top 1%? And in the entire country of Oman, there were only 21 people who were on the top 1% of researchers on the world. And probably this list had something like 250 people or 500 people. You look at this gentleman, it is his Google citation or Google Scholar citation. I hope all of you have an account in Google Scholar. This is where you should also start. Look at his citations from 2016 for the last 4 years. His citation numbers are 1927. This is an amazing record. His total citations are 2049. His H index is 25, mine is probably 8 or 4 or 5. His H index is 28. His I-10 index is 40. So he is an amazing researcher and a big asset to Sultan Qaboos University, because of him, the university will get higher rankings. So writing, publishing, being cited, having all these people pay attention to your research, all these are important. So just doing a research may not be sufficient. In this university, another thing that I want to tell you before I start with it, I mean, this is something that all of you can think of. We have master's program in nursing. Other than BSc program, we have master's program. We are a young college, started in 2002. I'm here since 2004. So this is just 16, 17 years since this college has begun. And this is the first bachelor's program in the country. Now they have converted all the diploma programs into bachelor's. So we don't have a diploma program except in the Armed Forces Hospital. And it is a must. So everybody is a BSN. So they have 16 colleges in BSN. It's a small country. So here it is compulsory for us to be evaluated in 3 aspects. How good are we at teaching? How good are we at research? And how good are we at community service? So if we do not prove to be satisfactory or about meeting the expectations of the university, our jobs cannot be renewed. That is, I mean, we do not get a contract renewal on our jobs. So research is an extremely important part, and publication. Research is not so much of a problem. They don't care about research. Have you published? If we don't publish, they just will not consider you for your contract renewal. So just know that even though we are in the Middle East, this is the competition level. So can you imagine in the Western countries, how much is the struggle to be able to publish? All of you must have heard the word publish or perish. So that's real. I mean, that's the other extreme, that you will perish or you will be nowhere if you don't publish. So just to tell you that these are the higher things that you need to look for. Okay, now we are in India, and only we have to only prove ourselves in India. It doesn't matter where, you know, who's looking at us and blah blah. I want to show you something more. What happened to my? Sorry, I'll just get back. Okay, so I want to show you something more. This is an Elsevier site called SciVal. Okay, it's an Elsevier site called Elsevier is a publication company. This is their site called SciVal, and this site will tell you how the world is watching everybody. So I have just taken a screenshot of activities in India for nursing. And this is from the year 2017 to 2020. In the last 3 years, what we have done, and this includes 155 articles in 3 years for a population of 15 lakh nurses, and out of which maybe easily more than 1 lakh of them will be faculty or teaching or having PhDs and degrees like that. This 155 is not all nursing even. Out of this, about 50% of them is nutrition, because this site puts nutrition and nursing together. So if you look, we have a very poor performance, just like what the Vice Chancellor said. So if you look at nursing published in international journals, we are absolutely at a very low height. The world is watching is important, because this is available to the world. Anywhere they will be able to see. Now I want to show you SciVal also has benchmarking. So the next 2 slides are about benchmarking. So if
मैंने बना दिया ऐसे टेक्निक से है मेरे सामने कुछ इंटरेस्ट नहीं ले सकते क्या आप लोगों को एटलीस्ट कुछ अच्छा कॉन्ट्रास्ट कलर दिया है क्या आपने
Okay, so if you're talking of benchmarking, the next two slides are about benchmarking. I have just taken this from this site and I just made something by myself, not a specific reason. I just want to show you the number of publications in the medical and nursing field for All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Manipal Academy of Higher Education, National Institute of, NIMHANS, Rajiv Gandhi University and Sultan Qaboos University, which is my university, and only for nursing publication. I have taken this only for nursing. If you look at the number of articles, I'll show you the next slide. You look at it overall in Sultan Qaboos University in the last 3 years, we have 258 nursing publications, while Rajiv Gandhi has something like only 12 in the same time period. So this shows you that the world is watching how each university is performing. This is the same example. I'm giving you just another example that this site can tell you how each university is publishing research for any period of time. I did not take, the same thing can happen. Like we can put Assam Downtown University versus Asian Institute where Unmona is, whatever that university is. So, or against SNDT Women's University, and we will know what is the scholarly output of people. So we are definitely not there yet. And I think the generation that is coming has no choice but to publish. I am almost at the official retirement age. I started late, but I encourage everybody listening to me to be able to start now or start like yesterday to publish in international journals. Writing that and publish it in international journals, because today my master's student in Sultan Qaboos University, master's students with simple studies, their guides push them, and between the guides and them, my master's students have 2 international publications by the time they finish masters. I did not bring the examples here, but I have been talking of this in many places. Master students' studies are in international journals like British Journal of Nursing, or depending on the subject that they have, in fantastic international journals. So this can be done. It is not difficult. So we need to get there. And if India as a country has to progress, if nursing as a profession has to progress in India, we have no choice but to write, and writing is really not difficult. So just these are all the introductory things that I want to tell you, that the journey is long. The way is, we are just at the beginning of the way, and I am just the beginner as a first speaker to tell you or encourage you, where is the goal? The goal is really, really far away. We need to raise our bar. Types of research papers are many: analytical, argumentative, cause and effect, experimental research papers, problem solution, report papers, etc. So just for our convenience, we will talk generally. Nurses look at either experimental research papers or analytical research papers. So in this next few minutes, I propose to go through the research writing overview, research paper structures, how to compose a research paper section, and tips for improving quality of writing. And I hope this will meet the objectives of the organizers. Okay. Sorry. Before writing your research paper, definitely you should have conducted a good research. When you say conducted a good research, we learn in research that the research should be realistic, feasible, blah, blah, all these things we learn, what is characteristics of a good research. But today's world, good research also means something that is publishable, something that is of international interest. It is absolutely fine to do a local research, but it needs to get into the international view. So for example, a publication of patient safety, even if it is done in India, it will receive a lot of citations, because this is of interest to everybody. What India is doing about patient safety, what nursing is doing about teaching patient safety, or about maintaining patient safety. So always think ahead of, before we start writing of a good research, look at what are the current topics that are of interest, what is highest citations that are possible, etc. Now, the gentleman that I showed you, he writes systematic reviews. Of course, systematic reviews requires even that's the Z of writing a paper. We are talking of simple paper that we have done at a master's level, or at a PhD level about writing them, because systematic review is a totally different game, and meta-analysis. So think ahead where it needs to get published. Always keep the reviewer in mind while writing. After you finish writing, that's why I said I'm coming from the reviewer point of view to a large extent, that after you write and you submit it to a journal, the reviewers can just reject your paper. Like I said, rejection rates make the impact factor high, but that's not the reason why papers get rejected. I will show you examples. I have just one example of reviewing that I did, how many comments I gave, what was the reason why the paper would have almost been rejected. And there are many other examples. If there was time, I would have shown you why a paper written poorly will go nowhere. So it's important to write a paper. Very good that the organizers are thinking of how a paper should be written properly, because the reviewers can just reject. But the good thing about sending it to a journalist, you will get good feedback what was your flaws in writing this paper, and maybe you can then improve on the paper and send it to the next journal. Keep in mind the audience you're targeting. It's like a storytelling. You're telling the story of your research. So make sure that you know who's your audience, who's going to read your journal, what your study is about, and what are the main arguments or questions. I'm going to discuss this in a little while. So a good research, good journal selection, following author guidelines, and using a reference manager like an EndNote or Mendeley will save you hours and hours of having to run through APA style things, etc., APA style references, etc. So the purpose of writing is generally to share the knowledge you gained, to tell your audience how your study fits into the current science. So for example, now I'm writing a paper on e-learning, perception of students on e-learning. So this is currently in this COVID pandemic an absolute nice thing to publish, because everybody is doing online learning. So it is good to know how the students perceive online learning. I haven't finished writing it. And but the results show that generally students are not really happy with online learning. We think, oh, they are very comfortable there, it is very convenient for them to sit at home, but it is very difficult for them to learn. And plus, you know, in a situation like nursing, you definitely cannot teach anything online in clinical practice. So writing a paper on e-learning would be, or on COVID, will fit into the current science. And if you write in a journal which is like Nature or something which is a very high impact journal, then even general people read about will read about the scientific activity. We can even publish in newspapers our research in a simple manner for the public to understand. So for example, I was thinking, I just took a vaccine 2 days ago and I had a lot of side effects. So this came to my mind that why not I kind of write a study on what are the common side effects of the vaccine AstraZeneca that everybody has faced, because most nurses in our hospital said this vaccine is terrible, it will cause you every symptom of COVID except shortness of breath. And what I felt was shortness of breath. Probably I have a small lung problem. So I got shortness of breath in the middle of the night. So it's nice to have a study that says the perception of nurses or the perception of healthcare workers of AstraZeneca vaccine and its side effects to something like this. I haven't framed it in my mind, but to do a research like that, it will be highly publishable. It will be current evidence and very interesting to know. So this is about, so when we go to the research writing overview, I finished telling you the purpose. The other thing that you want to know is the important factors in research writing. And these are must rules, like, you know, important to keep in mind. First principle is coherence. Coherence means being able to include all necessary information in each section. So when you say introduction, the introduction, I will come to it in details later, should only be from broad to specific. Introduction, what does it contain? We will come to it a little later. Do not repeat. When you're writing, you can write. The rule is just write initially. Don't bother. This is the easiest way to do it. But once you start reading your own writing, you need to remember not to repeat any information unless it is a really, really necessary thing. Even words, we should try not to repeat because it's important for being a professional writer. The next thing about writing a research paper is organization. And I'm sure all of you have heard of IMRAD. IMRAD basically is how to write a paper. Majority, 95 or more % of journals use this format, IMRAD, that is introduction, methods, results, analysis and discussion, or analysis and then further discussion. So this is the format for specific journals usually, or you should follow the specific journal structure based on which journal you want to publish it in. Important to put right parts in right place. When we review, we often see that people do not see in a result section, for example, you do not write discussion, you just put results. That is 50% of people, 50% of my participants were men, or 25% of my patients developed ST segment elevation. This is called results, but not to put discussion. Similarly, when you are writing methods, that place you do not write the results. So put right parts in the right place is an important factor for writing articles correctly, I mean effectively. The other third factor for writing effectively is relevance. Relevance, when you say conforming to length guidelines and keeping the paper focused. So if a journal takes only 3,500 words, you should stop at 3,500 words or 3,550 words, not even 100 more, because you should keep to the length guidelines. And then if you're writing a paper on writing to learn, or if you're writing a paper on preceptors, keep it focused there. You will not go to nursing students, their clinical learning or writing to learn cannot become writing an assignment and things like that. So you need to keep your paper focused. So this means reviewing, re-reviewing, giving people to read, etc. Now, if you have too much of data, for example, if you're a PhD scholar and you are collecting data, usually PhDs collect a lot of data. So probably you use huge questionnaires, etc. So this is the reason, all the more reason that you should, in each paper, you need to present only limited amount of data. So if a master's study can produce 2 papers, a PhD data collection can probably produce 3 to 5 papers, because you cannot publish in 3,500 words all your data. So you probably need to do what is called a salami slicing. You know, we chop the paper so that we will get more publications. At the same time, we are also not able to publish all the data in one study. So it has to be done sensibly. The other factor to keep in mind while writing is clarity. So a research paper does not have to be complicated. If it is complicated, you will find no readers and no citation. So it is simple English, but not repeating anything. So it should be easy to read and understand. So anybody, even if I'm reading a medical journal or I'm reading a journal in science or engineering, I might not understand the engineering aspects, but I should easily understand what they were trying to do and what is the finding and how it is useful to the audience that they are talking about. It should be easy to read and understand. We need to use proper grammar, phrasing and style. English is not our first language. And of course, we all, even I studied in English medium from the age of 3, but I still make some errors and we need some editing help. Check formatting and style rules of your target journal. This is important. A quick update on how to start writing a research paper. Start by writing. Write. And don't worry about ideas, path-breaking ideas. What you need to do is you need to take a piece of paper, put down your introduction, and I'm going to discuss under introduction what comes. So on a plain notebook paper like this, make a page for each of your research paper title. So one page should have the title introduction. Turn the page and the next paper should have methods. Then you turn the page and write the third sheet, you write results. And the fourth sheet you write the analysis, and the fifth sheet you write discussion, sixth sheet you write conclusion. Just on a plain paper, put the title down and start writing. Don't try to put too many concepts into a paper. Make it interesting. Write the abstract at the last. Ask people who have already published for help. So for example, whether I publish or not, I do lots of reviews. So you could ask somebody, can you just read through my paper? The more the other people look at it, the more they will be able to tell you what is not okay in your paper. And we should have an attitude. Okay, by the way, the attitude is very important in research. Research writing makes you very humble, because If somebody cannot understand you, it is no point thinking that you wrote a fantastic paper. So being humble about receiving feedback and constantly striving to improve your paper is the most important attitude. Doesn't matter who you are. We can be the vice chancellor of the university, but there is no guarantee that your paper will not be rejected, because when the paper comes for review to me, it comes blinded. I don't know this paper is written by whom. You may be the dean of college, but when it comes to me as a reviewer, I just look at it from the reader perspective, from the science perspective, and give you feedback. And so I don't know whom I'm such a blinded review. So it doesn't happen to be about qualifications. It just happens to be about how it is written, what is there that, I mean, how the paper published. Get it read by your friends, reach out for help. This is just a small thing that I got from the net, but I'm starting with the other stuff now. Okay, here comes your writing structure. So I said research paper structure. This is the second part of the presentation. So if you look at the IMRAD format, so I have put your L is extra here. I look at this inverted pyramid. This is the anatomy of a scientific paper. So if you start writing a paper, can you see how it is cone shaped? So introduction is the biggest part here. So in an introduction, you write what is known or what is the understanding of the world. I will come to the details of it. And then you go to the second part, which is a narrow part, meaning how much space it occupies on a paper. Introduction might occupy a little more larger space. Then in the second part of that, you will write what is unknown, what is your paper going to add to the what is your research going to add to the world's knowledge. And then third, you have to definitely conclude that introductory part with how you are filling the gap. So you should have read enough literature to fill the gap and say, this is the purpose of my study. My study is focusing on, and whatever that was missing. So you fill the gap. So this becomes one cone, and in the middle of it is the methods. Methods is the very small portion, because it's something that tells you very clearly about, we'll talk about, I mean, I'm going to come in details with it. What did you do? So how did you do your research? And then see the rest of the inverted cone. So fifth part is results, which is again not very big because it's just results. And the sixth part is analysis and discussion, which is broader and it has to be big. And seventh part is conclusion. So what is your main idea? What are you telling people about your research? So these are the things that in a writing structure in all journals that have to be followed. And of course, there has to be references and there has to be acknowledgements. The abstract has to be written in the end. And if there are any supporting documents or more data or questionnaire, these are called as supporting documents. The third part of my talk is composing the research paper section. So, okay, so you have done your research. You have all your information in the sheets of paper that you have taken. Now, where do you start with writing? So you start with writing the step one. There are 5 steps. I haven't put, I mean, this is the step one. So the first step in writing is prepare your figures and tables. So whatever your figures and tables are, whether they are demographic data or whatever is your findings, you need to prepare your figures and tables and gather all the data and tables and put them into a order. That means give, this is figure 1, this is figure 2, this is my pie chart figure 3. Put your 3 or 4 or 5 results in a very sequential order so that you can start writing about them. Okay, so just that is a step 1 to do, is to gather your results together. It is not about writing introduction, methods, etc. So that's step 1. So once you have your research data clearly in front of you, then everything else becomes a little more easier. Now, where to start writing, or step 2 is you start your research paper by writing your methods. The biggest advantage of this is methods are easy to write. Why? Because you did the research. You are very clear in your mind how you did the research. So it is really not hard to write methods. So you just, in your paper that you collected and you on the page that you've written, what you need to write. So if you are doing a research on, I'm doing currently a research on knowledge of nurses with regard to cardiothoracic nurses, with regard to the newest guidelines that have come up for post-operative cardiac surgery care. So if you are writing the methods, you know very clearly what you did first. So probably you have, after reviewing literature, you have actually produced, you have looked at the number of nurses, number of surgeries, etc. in the introduction. Write down how you did your study. So for example, if I made a questionnaire, and the questionnaire is the method, right, for collecting data. Now I searched the literature and I did not find any ready-made question on the recent guidelines. So what did I do? I, with the help of my other team members, prepared a questionnaire. So this is a method. So I know that I made the questionnaire. Now, because I made the questionnaire, is my questionnaire perfect? No. And my questionnaire could be rubbish. So how do I make it? Definitely, I need to make sure that my questionnaire is valid and reliable. So what did I do to do that? I might have given it to somebody to review my paper, right? So I know that this is what I did. I gave experts. I gave 5 experts. I gave 1 cardiac surgeon, 2 nurse educators, 2 clinical practice nurses, my questionnaire to get their feedback. Then I know that when I got the feedback, I revised my questions and I sent it for pilot testing. I have, depending on my sample, 10% of the, so I know the process. I'm not going to go too much into the details of this. So if I did 10% of sampling, so this is what you have to write in the methods. So in the methods, you have to write why you chose, why was the particular procedure chosen? Why did I decide to do a questionnaire? Why did I not decide to interview the nurses? So I'm not doing a qualitative study. So I'm not interviewing the nurses. I'm doing a quantitative study. Explain clearly how you went about collecting the data. So for example, now with COVID, I was going to do a paper and pen test. So I have to say, I'll print, photocopy 50 sheets. I will go to the ward. I will take permission from the head nurses. I will meet the nurses at the end of their shift duty, morning, evening, and night. And I will give them a pen and paper and request them after their consent to spend 20 minutes filling my paper. So explain clearly how you went about collecting data and what is the date and time of collection, because these are the things that I as a reviewer comment on papers as well. So for example, many times people have old data with them. So maybe they collected data in 2010, they did not publish it, nobody was able to, they were unsuccessful in publishing. And so they don't write the date and time of collection. And 2020, they bring the same data, which is not right, because we have to be current in our data collection. So if you have an old data, it's all right, you have to update it. So when you don't write date and time of collection, I as a reviewer will doubt whether what is this going on now. This is not data that has been collected recently. So if you've collected recently and you're confident about it, this has to be included in the methods. Now, collecting data is very important. How do you have to describe it very clearly, because if your paper, when I read your paper and I want to do the same study, I want to follow the same technique as you, because it is all right. It is all right to replicate a study. Nobody says research cannot be about replication. If we repeatedly collect the same data, we might be able to do a good systematic review at the end of it. So if I have to follow that, every step that you did should be very clear to me. So you should go about very clearly telling how you collected the data. Of course, you need to mention in the method section about the ethical clearance. Who gave you ethical clearance? It's a big thing here to get ethical clearance. Sometimes 1 year it takes to get ethical clearance. Explain what was your plan for analysis, because in your methods paper, you need to talk about data collection and your plan for data analysis, or how you're going to analyze the data. In brief, you need to tell, like, for example, you're going to do a standard deviation, a mean and standard deviation, or median and interpercentile quartile, or whatever. So you need to okay, am I back? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because I don't know what happened here. Is it my end or your end? Okay, just 1 second. Let me get back to the full slide. So we were talking of methods. So clear enough for replication if needed. So I'll come to it in the end. If I hope I have time, I will show you examples. So methods is the first part you write. It is the easiest part to write, but do not forget to put all these points. So in that plain paper where you have written down the page of methods, where you have written methods, put down these points, like what was the procedure. So procedure, just put points on a paper that says what was your procedure, what was the time of collection of data, who gave you ethical clearance, how was the analysis to be done. So just put points down on a piece of paper, and then later what you can do is these points you can make into sentences. It is really not hard. It is just the fear in our mind that keeps us from doing these kind of things. So the first thing to write is methods. First part of it, research writing, done. So methods is done if you did this much. The second step or step two, or I said step one is collecting your figures. Step two is to write your methods. Step three is now writing your results. So now you already have the figures in absolutely like in proper order, because you have collected them and put them into a proper order. So in the results, what you need to do, you need to explain the important findings of your study that help to answer your research question. So you in the beginning have a purpose in your introduction, or you had a research question, obviously. So you wanted to compare the demographics of nurses to their knowledge, or you wanted to see whether they are updated on their, what are the barriers to them not updating their knowledge according to the current clinical guidelines. If these were your questions, then just explain the important findings from the figures and data. No need to do any discussion. Please don't do any discussion here. Okay. So for example, will patients develop bed sores 24 hours after a major surgery? If this is your question in the introduction, in the results, all that you do is
Excuse
you
me,
put a
ma'am.
data in your figures.
Excuse me, ma'am. Sorry to disturb you. Ma'am, your screen is not shared. Screen.
It's not shared? Not
Yes,
shared?
just now it went off again.
Oh, I have it in front of me here. Okay, I can see that it's not on the phone. Oh, let me see now what's happening here. Oh, sorry, no, it's okay. Let me just check because it's fine with me. I can see you there. Sorry, everybody.
No problem, ma'am.
No, I'm sharing the screen again. Share, okay. Okay, is it fine now?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, fine. Thank you for notifying me, because when I speak, I don't pay attention to these things. Okay. Okay, so we were talking of results. So if the results are based, so if post-operative patients, so suppose you want to talk about this study, so you just write post-operative patients aged over 50 years are 50% more likely to develop stage 1 pressure symptoms within 20 to 24 hours. This is all based on your data. I'm just giving an example. And this data, and refer to the figure where you have put this data. Now, always write the most important findings. You might have multiple findings. That does not mean you put everything down in the results. So based on your research question, what you found most important, because we don't have space. People who publish are very careful about the length of words. One of the commonest reasons for your paper to be rejected from publication is not following the length guidelines. So you don't want to be rejected at all. So if they said 3,500 words, you stop one word before, or maximum 50 words plus. So you want to write the most important data. Then you elaborate with secondary results. The most common issues noted were poor pain management, inattention of nurses, prolonged preoperative times. So if this was your secondary result, because you were studying what was the reason why there's pressure sores, then the secondary results come after that. For statistics, always follow author guidelines. Any paper, by the way, I'm sure you know why are we discussing writing an effective paper is for publication. So there is no way that you will, you have to follow the publisher's guideline, the journal's guidelines, etc. So for statistics, follow author guidelines. This is very important. The next thing, so you first collect your figures. I'm revising it again. Collect your figures and tables, put them in upper order, have them in front of you. Then you write your methods section. Once you write your methods section, and how to write methods section, just keep points. and make sentences out of it. Now don't worry about grammar. Just make sure that you are writing, and when you write, it should be in sequence. So you cannot taste the food, you cannot taste the sambar before you actually collected the ingredients, right? So the step has to be collect the ingredients, check whether your burner is working, whether you have the correct vessel to make it, whether you have the right vegetables. So it has to come in a proper order. So there's no way you can go about it in another way. So write your methods in a proper order, then write your results. In the results section, do not put discussion, because this is where papers are rejected, because you need to have things in the right place at the right section. And science is not, I mean, publishers are very unforgiving. If they don't see that you have put things in the right place, that is enough for the editor, even before they send it for review, to reject your paper. So very important to write things in the correct section. So then the fourth part you write is your discussion, conclusion, and analysis. So depending on your journal, now I put 3 things, but in one place, because some journals want analysis separately, some people do not want analysis separately. You can analyze and discuss in the same section. So look at what is your journal's guideline. Here I will give you a tip. When I write, what I do is, if I'm looking for publishing my article in a journal of nursing education, I will go through 1 or 2 issues of Journal of Nursing Education and look for similar papers that have been published by somebody else. So when I was writing the preceptors paper, I looked at the journal for a similar paper, or somebody studied the nursing students and the staff nurses, and I will have in mind how it flows, or what is it that will publish in this journal. So this way I know very clearly that if I write in this format, the journal will at least look at my article. So here in the discussion session, you have to say what your study findings mean. Discussion is about, if I found that 50% of my cardiothoracic nurses are not aware of the current guidelines of cardiovascular, cardiothoracic patient care, this means something, right? So what does it mean? Does it mean that they are not aware, they are not adequately trained, they are not, they don't have access to information? What does it mean? So right here, what your study findings mean, and what is the implication of a study to your field. That means to nursing as well as to other fields. So for example, if you're doing a study in nursing, it might have implication to education. It can have implication to psychology. It can have implication to sociology. Just like this conference has rightly included other fields to listen to this. So it is very easy it is important to tell that this information of writing to learn that I have studied in nursing could be related to any other field in sociology or psychology. So this is something that you need to keep in mind in the discussion section. Now this is your brain work. So you need to, with your team of researchers or your guide or whoever, try to find the correct meaning. I can hear disturbance again. Find the correct meaning to this discussion and make sure that it is confirmed by literature. So if I found 50% of my nurses are not aware of cardiovascular guidelines, I will look for all other guidelines, like in ventilator-associated pneumonia, bundle care, or in central line guidelines. There will be studies that say that yes, nurses generally are not updated with guidelines. So I will quote those guidelines and confirm and say that yes, it is a pattern internationally, if that 50% of nurses may not be aware. So you need to be finding meaning by yourself and confirm it with the literature from around the world. This is a section where you need to include limitations of your study. No study is perfect, and no writing is also perfect. So never wait to write a perfect paper, because we can write an effective paper. The title is very clear. You can write an effective paper, but you may never be able to write a perfect paper. So include in this discussion session limitations of your study. Definitely there will be some limitation. It might be limitation of many kinds. I know you know that, and when you start your study itself, your guide or your teams will tell you what are the limitations. It may be limitation, maybe time limitation, maybe university, it may be just the number of patients. So many research limitations will be there. So include limitations of your study, and don't forget to say what future research can be done on the topic. This is again your brain work. Summarize the process. So, oh my, please, everybody, please mute yourself. Summarize the process and the results and the overall purpose of the study in this section, and explain the significance of the result. You want to sell your story. You want to sell your paper. You want to tell the world why your study is important and why no other study is like your study. Your study is unique. You really need to work on this. You need to explain the significance. And don't get worried. It may be a small study, but it might be unique. If you have found the gap, and you have studied, you have filled the gap. So your study will definitely be significant to the world of, to the profession as well as to the world of knowledge. Compare the study to related research. I already explained to you. Never forget to focus on the success of your study, but don't overdo it. Sometimes people overdo it, or they actually tell the success which is not related to their data or not related to their findings at all. So please let us be realistic. So if you've done a good job, be proud about it, but don't overdo it, and don't forget to say why your study is important. So for example, this is my study, because the best thing to do, but I don't know how much of it you will be able to see. So if you look at this study, if this was writing to learn, and this was about the discussion of this paper. I'm not going to spend too much of time, because when you are telling about, I didn't take all the examples. In discussion, you will find, if this study, if I talk about a key finding, can you see the words that I used? A key finding of this study. So what words to use, what verbs to use to talk about discussion? I will quickly go through it. I might have a little bit to tell on this. So this is about the sample of discussion. In the results, I also wanted to say one point to all of you, that in the results, always use numbers. Nobody wants to know large number of patients, majority of student nurses. These are not acceptable things in the results section. So always make sure that you are specific in terms of number. It's the research. In the discussion, I have one sentence to say. In the discussion, always remember that it is important to know that discussion is easy to write, W-R-I-T-E, write, but it is hard to get it right, R-I-G-H-T. To get the discussion section right is very difficult. It's easy to write, but you will not get it right if you do not follow certain rules that you have to follow. Now, the last thing to be written in a paper, believe it or not, don't ever attempt to write introduction first. The last thing you write in a paper is introduction. Why do you do it last? For many reasons. One of the major reasons is, once you finish writing your methods, results, discussion, conclusion, you will know that you shouldn't miss the major points of your study and what you are supposed to include in the literature review, so that all the points of your study can be included in the introduction. So do not, the best way, this is a prescribed method. You might be surprised, but yes, introduction should be written after you write your rest of the paper. So discuss the problem to be solved. Discuss where your research fits into the current science. So when you discuss where the research fits into the current science, you need to have primary literature. I hope all of you understand the difference between primary literature and secondary literature. So if you are quoting a study that was found in another study, when you were reading a research paper and you found an interesting piece of article in that study quoted by somebody else, you need to go to the original source, read that paper, understand what that author is trying to say, and then put that primary literature down as your reference. Another example of primary literature could be systematic review. You cannot actually put systematic review. It's not recommended. I shouldn't say cannot. It's not recommended to use systematic reviews to write your introductory part. So you use in the systematic review, if you found something interesting, you can cross-reference it and find the primary original source of the literature and then summarize the current understanding of your problem. Always in the introduction, we need to say what is known about the problem. For example, I would write that, oh, there are many existing guidelines on ventilator-associated pneumonia, central venous catheters, etc., etc., or there are guidelines on managing asthma. So we go from, in introduction, we always go from broad to narrow. So I might say guidelines are always necessary in medical and nursing field. This is a very, very broad thing to say. And I might say an example of asthma and COPD medical guidelines. Then I will come to a little more narrow stuff and say in nursing, there are multiple guidelines currently available for central line, for ventilator-associated pneumonia, for managing XYZ. And then I will also say that studies have been done, how much nurses have followed these guidelines, and then come down even narrow to the focus of saying that my interest is post-operative cardiac thoracic nurses, where there is a recent guideline published in 2020, and I would like to know whether these are being practiced by nurses in Oman, nurses in Middle East, nurses in India, nurses in international countries. I can, depending on how big I want to make my study, I could talk about it. So what do we know about the problem? Always start from broad. It's a broad to narrow thing. When we write, we need to write big things first and come down to specifics. Then we need to also know, are there any existing solutions? So for example, in my study on postoperative cardiac guidelines, I have seen, like, continuing nursing education, or an application, or popping up on their computer screens information about the guidelines. These may be all methods to keep nurses updated. So when you are writing your introduction, we need to know what is the existing solutions and then think of the gap. This is the main point. What is the gap in your research? So this is already done, and this piece of information is not there in the studies that I have read, and this information is extremely important. So for example, in the cardiovascular research guidelines, nobody in the literature search that I have done for hours together have studied whether the European resuscitation post-cardiac surgery guidelines have been studied for nurses' knowledge. Nobody has done it. So I find this gap, and then I try to fill that gap, though there are many, many researches done on other guidelines. And then you need to find this gap, and this is the last portion of your introduction, and then say what you hope to achieve in this study. So in this study, so what kind of words you will use. This is another important thing to keep in mind. So in introduction, you need to write about background information. What is your motivation for the study? What is the primary literature? What is your research question? What are your approaches? So if I were you, I will use a notepiece paper like this, write introduction and top, put all the titles and leave space in between, and then fill it up as much as I can with whatever research I have done. So what happens is, once I fill like background information, what all I found, then I only have to make it into sentences, and making into sentences is much more easier in this manner. So if, for example, here I have written on my own about writing to learn, is the process of writing about a concept that is, you understood about learning. So what is learning? We always must explain in introduction every word of our title. It is very important in the introduction to talk about every word in our title, so that the reader knows this is what you're going to talk about. And two things to keep in mind: why will you read another person's research? Either the abstract has to be extremely interesting, or the conclusion should make sense. So there are researches done on how people read research papers. Like, how would you read research papers? First, you will look at the abstract. Then you will look at the conclusion of that abstract. And then if you feel interested, you will go to the paper and start reading the introduction. Nobody reads the entire paper unless they are hooked. We call it hooked, until they're hooked onto reading the paper. If they are hooked onto reading the paper, then they will cite you if they are doing a further research. Remember, writing is also for citation. This is why I said writing is the only beginning. So if you have to go from general to specific, I will not take this because it's too much of time. I still need to do something on review. So publication can be free or can be paid. This is my article in Sultan Qaboos University Journal in 2014 or something like that. Okay, so this is a free journal, not because it is belonging to the university. It is there. They take other people's articles as well. You can even try to send your own article to this journal. It's a Q3 Scopus Index journal. So, but it's a free publication. See, here the abstract is in a different style. So just to show you that this is one of my articles, this did not get cited very much because people did not have a lot of interest in this topic. However, this topic of mine, preceptor's perception of clinical nursing education, this was in a paid publication. I had to pay some money to this Journal of Nursing Education. These are other things to keep in mind. Paid publications, problem will be, it is not open access. So if you want to read this article, you will have to pay $30 to buy it, or your librarian, you can ask your librarian for interlibrary loan and they will get you this paper. But my previous paper of Writing to Learn is freely available. If it's free publication, it is open access, it's available to everybody. So this is something that the next person will talk to you about. So preceptor's perception of clinical nursing education. So this, I don't have too many, but this was an extremely well received article. It has approximately 60 or 70 citations, and it has almost hundreds of people who have read this, because in ResearchGate, how do you follow these things up? You can follow up your articles either on Google Scholar. In this university, it's compulsory. We should have a Google Scholar account. We should have a nursing ResearchGate account, and we should have a LinkedIn account. So LinkedIn is only for other reasons. ResearchGate and Google Scholar will tell you how your article has been read, what is your citations, etc., etc. So this is must. I'm going to jump through this because I don't have time. This is how, see, two samples of abstract. The previous abstract was objectives, methods, results, conclusion. This is one style of writing. This journal wants it like this. Well, this journal might ask for an abstract for 300 words or 250 words. You need to stick to those words. Otherwise, your article will go nowhere. So this is just about abstract writing. So after writing introduction, then you will write abstract. So abstract comes even later. So after your paper is fully ready, then you take a gist of that, the most important gist. That also requires another lecture, actually, how to write an abstract. But you write it and then you give it to somebody. Now, after writing introduction, make sure that your references are there. I highly recommend EndNote. This is a very easy place to write reference manager. Otherwise, the free EndNote is but paid. You have to have a paid subscription. The advantage is you don't have to worry about your references. You collect all your references into the EndNote, and you can, and when you're writing your paper in Word, there is a facility called Cite While You Write. So you just go to Cite While You Write, and if you want an ex-author, just go to EndNote, highlight it, and click it on. There is a little technical issues in there. You just put an alt A and it will come. The entire reference will come as you want it. And in the bottom of the article, you will find you have an API style complete reference, or any style, Vancouver style, any style you want. These references keep adding down, and this is no headache because it's very, very easy. And if you use EndNote and your publication from one journal changes to another journal, all that you have to do is highlight the article and say, I don't want APA, I want Vancouver style of referencing. In a click, the entire referencing will change to Vancouver. So using a reference manager and not doing manual referencing like I did about 30 years ago, 1988, I used a typewriter and I was typing and writing my references. Today, writing is so much more easier. So it's very, very easy to write and not have the frustration that I went through when I was a student. Now coming to the last but not the least important bit to keep in mind, English is not our first language. We don't have to write perfect English. No journal will reject your article for poor English. However, if it's really bad, then they will start thinking about your research quality. So we need to be at least 60-70% good with our writing. And then we can actually take help before we can even take professional help from, if you have a college of language, or you have an English college, or you have English teachers in your universities, you can even pay them a little bit, or somebody might be able to do it for free for you. You need to get professional help. If not that, then you have to go for professional editing services, which are available, but they're quite expensive. It's not cheap at all to do professional editing, but it is better to spend money or a little bit time and get help on your grammar, because otherwise that may be the reason why we might lose our publication, and actually not because your research is bad. So just quickly a little bit on grammar issues. Like all of us have, when you review, we know that we have problems. Many times people have problems on where to use a, where to use and, where to use the. These are irritating if they are unnecessarily used. You cannot say the Sridevi. Sridevi is not is a noun, a proper noun, an individual. But there are people who talk the Sridevi, write the Sridevi. So you can write the water if it's a specific water you're talking about. But otherwise, you don't have to use the. For example, if you're writing a very general sentence, like love is a strong emotion, you don't have to write and love is a strong emotion, a love is a strong emotion, or the love is a strong emotion. You don't need articles for certain sentences. Okay, so this is something to keep in mind. And if you're not good, we can ask for help. Use of passive and active voices. 2-3 things about this. That if you are writing about the past study, from reviewing literature from the past, you can always use passive voice or past tense. Follow the author's guidelines. There are certain guidelines that people will put. The active voice is, you can use active voice in your current study. When you're describing your methods or your results, you can use active voice. However, whatever you do, keep it consistent. Don't mix between passive and active voice, past tense and present tense, because there are rules on these in publication. So this is why I said, if you're not sure, we need to get help. So all your past research you can put in past tense, but your current research you can use present tense. But you cannot in a sentence mix past and present tense. There are certain things, I mean, I don't have too much time to talk about this. So these things you need to keep in mind. So for example, if you're using uncountable nouns, I told you, love is a strong emotion, you don't need to use the or a or an. If you have a specific noun, see, like if you're talking about water, generally, then water is colorless. It does not need any article. But if you're going to talk about water that is available in a pond, you will say the water in a pond, the water seen in lake so and so is muddy. You need to use the word the, because you're talking of a specific water. You need to use the word the. If you have countable, something can be counted, like mangoes. You might want to say a mango, a car, okay, an apple. Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, well, actually we are running out.
Yeah, almost.
Okay,
Fine.
Okay.
Okay, I'm almost. This is the last part.
Okay.
Just 3 minutes, maybe. Yeah.
Okay.
If it is uncountable, yeah. If it is uncountable, then there are other rules to use. So this is one thing to talk about. Avoid use of meaningless verbs. So this is another important thing in English. So for example, I'll just read a sentence. The board will make a decision next week about whether to accept you. Board will make a decision. No need to say such a big sentence. The board will decide. You understand? So using meaningless verbs, so makes your essay very big. People will not accept it. We need to, after we write, we need to review it to reduce all these meaningless verbs into proper sentences. There are multiple examples available on this. And if we cannot do this, then seek editing from English language experts. Okay. The last bit, I'm just taking 2 minutes to tell you as a reviewer. This is an article that is published just this week in Sultan Qaboos Journal, and I have reviewed this article, and I have reviewed it not once, not twice, 3 times. It was very, very irritating to see this article, and finally it did get published. But I'll just quickly tell you where all it gets into a problem after you write. For example, this was my first set of comments, review 1. Can you see this? introduction to be written with a flow of arguments. The ideas presented seem to be disconnected to the reader. Please update your literature review based on the studies that have been identified below. The last literature in this paper is 2017, which needs to be updated. Significance to global readers should be made evident. The purpose of this study needs to be evident. Can you see that the person who wrote this did not write anything properly? So we have to give such comments. I mean, this is a very different game by itself. It's very polite, at the same time telling that please write properly. So there was, in the first comments, there was a huge amount of things. Like, for kindly operationalize your definition of telehealth and telenursing. The discussion is a combination of recommendations mixed with discussion. Conclusion is too brief. Please, can you summarize the findings? Kindly explain why this study would be interesting and useful. This was my comments on this article. Then the article comes back again. The author does some improvements, but still there are errors to be seen. So there is plenty of language editing required. Referred consistently to participants as nurses or respondents. Discussion has a problem, conclusion has a problem. Then it goes back to them. I review and send it back. Then again it comes back. Then see here. So review 3, I say, yes, there is more readability in this time, but there are more editing errors. There is capital line problem, blah, 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 blah. Just to tell you that all reviewers may not be so patient. They will just reject the paper. Somebody like me might be a little more patient and give you all these details. So if you look at these comments and be positive about what is said here, you might improve your paper. But what happens, people usually get ejected and then they say, "Khalas, I'm not going to publish it in this journal," or they are too, they are too negative about it. I have written well, it is their problem, blah, blah. Then you lose. But if you take it positively, then you win actually, because finally, after all these 3 comments, this article was published. It took about 7 months for this article to be published. I had to, with me, there were 6 reviewers in Sultan Qaboos University Journal. They have 6 reviewers to look at one paper. So can you imagine how much feedback they will give to the paper? So with all this, I just want to say that I wish you all the best. Even though there are challenges, does not mean that you will not write. Unless you start writing, there is no next step. And it is a long process, but you youngsters, all the youngsters, because I am currently old and I started late, I recommend that you start writing. Masters and PhD teachers, please help your students at the BSN level to start writing. So with this, if you have any questions or any issues, I'm welcome to taking questions. Thank you so much for your patient listening. Sorry if I took any extra time.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such an informative and wonderful session. So if any queries from the participants, you can drop the queries. We can take some few questions.
There's one question here from Namrata. It says, "Ma'am, is it compulsory to write an introduction at the last?" You said it is highly recommended, because if you write, see, in a proposal, you might write introduction earlier. But if your introduction is not relevant to your study findings, then people might not read it. You understood? I read the introduction of your study, and then when I read the rest of the paper, I find it is not matching your introduction. Then I will actually comment saying this is a rubbish paper. So it is, it's always recommended by everybody to actually write your introduction in the end when you're clear with what your study and the results and the findings are. Does that answer your question? Somebody's asking about meta-analysis. Oh my God, that's a very different ball game. I just recently did a John Hopkins course on systematic review and meta-analysis. Meta-analysis is something that is done with systematic review. It has nothing to do with simple research writing or the topic that we're talking about. And even in systematic review, it is not compulsory to do meta-analysis, and meta-analysis has its own judgments, etc. I recommend you do the study in Coursera. Coursera has got a study called Systematic Review and Meta-Analysis. It's a free course. And you can pay some $50, $40 to get a certificate if you want to. But the study, the course is really, really very nice. And it explains to you, it takes about 15 or 17 hours or 12 hours or something. I recommend that you do that study. It will give you a lot of information about meta-analysis. Coursera is a website which is free. Lots of courses are available. Coursera, Coursera. I do a lot of courses from there. Then, okay, thank you so much. There are people thanking. Any other questions? Okay, can I take, can I be done, Nirmali, or? Thank you so much once again to the university, because you gave me an opportunity to talk. It also clarified my thinking process, made me search for information, and also organize my thoughts to present it. It's always a good opportunity to use your brain and your knowledge. Thanks a ton for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your views with us. So moving on with the next for the next session, I'll be handing over the platform to Ms. Zulan for moderating the second speaker.
Madam Sridevi, excuse me. Madam Sridevi, thank you so much for your wonderful session. We have learned a lot. As we are running short of time, so quickly we have to move to the next speaker. So ma'am, thank you so much once again from the core of our hearts and from Assam Downtown University. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Good morning once again. Thank you all for joining us. Moving on, I, Ms. Zilan, would like to take the pride to introduce the second speaker for today's session, Dr. Erwin Feller, sir, who will be taking us through the topic, Finding a Good Research Article and Journal. If I have to speak about Dr. Erwin, sir, words would fall short. Therefore, I will be giving a brief profile about our eminent speaker. Dr. Erwin Feller is a director of internationalization and linkages and a professor in the Faculty of Pharmacy in San Pedro College, Davao City. He was a former consultant in Research Management Center and the director for international linkage at DECAM Doctors College, Philippines. He is a distinguished fellow of the Royal Institute of Pharmacy, Singapore, associate member of the National Research Council of the Philippines and a research committee member of the Philippine Pharmacists Association. He is a registered pharmacist contributing innovation in areas of pharmacy education, hospital community, and non-governmental organization. Sir is a certified smoking cessation service provider from the Malaysian Academy of Pharmacists. Sir was a recipient of different international academic scholarship, including the Ludwig Maximilians Universität, Germany, University of Brescia School of Medicine, Italy, and Prince of Songkhla University Government Scholarship on Medicinal Plants. Sir was the founder of Global Health Pharmacy Network in Asia. He has been speaker and trainer of different local, national, and international seminars and conferences. During COVID-19 pandemic crisis, Sir has initiated the national free online consultation that offers free medication counseling, psychological first aid, and medical consultation with the Association of Medical Doctors in Asia and other partners. Sir has been awarded in different research and competitions, exhibitions, and innovation in international arena. Sir has published more than 100 articles in scientific journals and abstracts in conferences with over 100 citations. Sir is also a columnist in online newspapers, Davao Today and Balawan Daily newspaper, and published 10 books, including the book chapter from Encyclopedia of Pharmacy Practice and Clinical Pharmacy and elsewhere Science Direct book. With that, I would like to request everyone joining us today to give your fullest interest to Dr. Erwin Feller, sir. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much to the very lovely MC and also to the organizer for this event. Thank you very much for inviting me for this international conference. Now, these are my social media accounts in the research arena. These are my works and publications, including my published books and also my published journals and also my peer review. So thank you very much to the organizers, especially to the Director of Research and Outreach, Professor Getumoni Conwar, and also to the organizing committee, to the delegates, to the participants, and of course to the student here. Maayong hapon kaninyong tanan. Good, I think this is good morning to India. Namaste to all. Okay. So with this, I am Erwin. I'm from the Philippines, and I'm located actually in the very southern part in the Philippines. Call it Mindanao, Davao City. And with this, with regards to the faculty, one of the very top in terms of the licensure examination, the board examination in the Philippines is, it's a faculty of nursing. And we have a very top ranking in terms of board examination, in terms of licensure examination here in the country. And we would like to collaborate then in terms of the faculty of nursing in your institution. And with that, I'm going to give the topic on finding a good research article and of course finding with a good journal. Now, I'm sure you are very stressed a while ago with a lot of things in mind, no? When you're going to write in terms of your research. Take note of this, relax, stay tuned, and of course, make it sure that you are in the right mind when you try to write, with your research or with your publication. So what's going to happen today is that we'll be able to have a journey of the lifetime in terms of the research. I mean, as we all know, it's not actually easy in terms of going to the direction of having a research. But stay cool, just relax. We're not going to we're not going to write a research now, maybe tomorrow or the next day, but just stay tuned, relax, and of course, don't forget to inhale and exhale because we're going to go with a journey in terms of research. And then we're going to identify then in terms of the research priorities. At the same time also, we're going to identify then some snapshots about what are your interests or what are your priorities then in terms of the research. And we'll be able to have a lecture later on in terms of finding a good research article at the same time also with a good research journal. Now, as what I've said, sometimes research is very traumatic. Don't forget to relax, take a deep breath, and of course, enjoy the moment of doing with research. When I actually do with research, it's very, very traumatic. When I do my master's degree, my bachelor's degree with research, at the same time also my PhD journey. It was really, it was really a headache for all of us. I'm sure all of you have already tested that in your master, perhaps in your PhD, it may be very traumatic. It may be a sad experience, or maybe it's like going to a very thin needle, in terms of of a lot of challenges with regards to your research journey. I know with that, and I feel with you. But today, we're gonna enjoy the moment in terms of doing with research. Because as we all know, if you don't enjoy in terms of doing with research, then it will be a hurdle. It will be a challenge for you, along the way. Because if you just been required by your dean or by your director of research, or by, like example, by your institution, is not that very healthy. You should take note that everything that we are dealing here, it's all about you and you alone. Why I said you? Because at the end of the day, it's not all about the institution that will benefit on it, but then it's all about you, your career path, you, and of course, you. Okay? So take note with this that there are really challenges ahead of us. Are you ready? Okay, let's put it in the chat box. Are you ready? Okay, are you ready? Okay, put it in the chat box, yes or no. Are you ready in terms of the research? Okay, very good. Okay, so some of you actually said yes. Yes. Okay. Yes, of course. Okay, yes, sir. No, they're very excited today. I think the organizing team really done a lot And the first speaker really told us that really research is, it focuses on you and you alone. Okay? So amidst all the challenges that we have, in terms of research, we may say that we need to be positive. Not COVID positive, but then that is positive in terms of our mentality, in terms of research. Why? Because everything that we do, we need to be happy. We need to be, excited that you have published something, or you're happy because you have done and contributed to the society, to the public, to everyone. That in your citation along the way, even you have 1,000, 2,000, name it, even a 10,000 of citation, if you don't have an impact then to the society, then that would be a different problem. Now, in the positivity of all of us, yes, community engagement, at the same time also that there must be an impact then to the society. Research is not only, take note, research is not only about citation. It is all about the impact then, how you be able to contribute to the society, how you be able to change the mentality of people, how you be able to exert knowledge and increase their perception of the public. Now, there are a lot of reasons in terms of research. And one of it is that the publish and perish. Or perhaps you don't have a budget in your institution. Or perhaps they may say that research is very important, or else you'll be kicked off in terms of your job. There's a lot of reasons. There may be a reasons then why is it that you didn't do your research, because maybe you're too overload in terms of your lectures, or even lack of training or lack of funding. But then this would not be the main reasons of reasons. We do research because, remember, we want to have an impact. Impact not only in terms of your career, but then to the society. Now, this is actually how we actually do it. It is a matter of mentorship, collaboration, teamwork then to every individual. Now, if you have a problem then of doing research because you don't know how to do with research, then it's a matter just in terms of a private message. Do you want to collaborate then? Are you ready then to collaborate with people? It's a matter then of trying to be assisted and trying to be mentored by anyone who is an expert then in terms of research. Yes, you may have a grant, but then of course you need to have these technical skills in terms of doing with research. Now, this is not all about peer pressure because you are attending this international conference, or you may actually see me in person, or perhaps seeing me in Zoom because you want to actually attend this international conference. It's all about you, as what I have said. You'll be able to improve the society, your institution, at the same time leveraging in terms of the profession of nursing in your country and all over the world. This is how we be able to have a great impact then in terms of our profession and of course in the society. Now, in the finding in certain literature, a good literature, we try to start in terms of knowing the problem and knowing the type of problems that we have. What kind of problem, what kind of discipline are you looking at? What kind of methods are you looking at? What kind of problem? What are some of the societal problems that you want to solve then? Like example in India, like example in terms of maternal health, or perhaps should I say in terms of maybe geriatric problems of medication adherence, and etc. These are relevant problems of our society that we be able to identify them, or even in terms of your institution, like for example, this COVID-19 pandemic, what is the impact then to the student in terms of mental health, or perhaps in terms of their behavior, and how they be able to adapt in terms of their learning situations. Now, after you have already done an understanding what is all about the problem, you'll be able to test its particular efficacy. In solving with this kind of problem, you need to have a good backup, and that backup is all about a good article and a good research literatures. With this, with a good literature, you'll be able to have a good solution to a particular problem. And of course, at the end of the day, you'll be able to have a good interventions to the said problem. And that is actually is all about looking into the possibilities of what are the type of research that you'll be able to conduct, because of course, you'll be able really to have a good literatures and of course, a good journals that you'll be able to have impacts to your particular problems. Now, looking at this, we'll be able to go back to the square root of our main problem. The square root of our problem is all about what is really the whole problem is all about. That is why most of the researcher, when they go to PubMed, Scopus, Elsevier, or what kind of research engine you want to go into, in different Boolean operations that you want to go into, you have something in mind that you are lost. No? Why are you lost? Because you didn't actually identify what is all about the problem, what is really the topic, what you want to solve in terms of the research that you want to have your intervention in a certain community or the certain respondent then. What is really the problem, so that you be able to really find a good journal, a good source of it. And that would correspond into your intervention later on. Now, looking at this particular framework, as they call it, we always try to look into, yes, you already have the problem, you have already identified it, you have a very good intervention, you have a very good literatures then. But it's all about then the continuous process in terms of finding literature until now. Maybe you would say that your master's degree are more into maternal health, yes. But have you solved the major problems of maternal health in your country or in our country then? Yes, you may actually just stop it in your master's degree or PhD degree. Yes, you may actually acquire all of these things, but it's just a certification. The master's degree and the PhD degree is just a gateway for you, in a gateway wherein you'll be able to solve problems of problems. And that problem is not only once, but twice, or maybe multiple in terms of problems. And that problem in the society looking into practice and of course legislation. That is why we always say that problem is a continuous process of solving, having intervention and all. So meaning, in terms of our topic in finding literature, it is a continuous process. And in every single second that we are here right now, talking with you, it is actually evident that there is still a growing number of researches, maybe thousands or even hundreds, no? That is actually happening in every second of our academic pursuit. Now, moving on to this, as what I have always say, it must be sustainable. Sustainable not in the sense of our intervention alone, but then in terms of finding a good article and a good journal. Now, do you have a perseverance in terms of finding a good journal? It has a lot of challenges ahead. Similar in finding the cure or treatment then of COVID-19 pandemic. There's a lot of things that we need to really to ponder of what are really the fundamental aspect or factors or variables then that we look into the COVID-19. And all of us are really affected, even in education or even in research. Yes, you were nodding your heads a bit. There's a lot of things that we need really. And according to World Health Organization, according to blueprint then of research, in the research and innovation policy, that all of this are really included then, even the social science Even nursing is one of it. There's a lot of things that we need really to discover. Now, my question here is that, have you contributed at least one publication that contributed then to COVID-19 pandemic, whether it is in terms of your student, institution, community, or even the world? We may say that yes, you have contributed and I'm going to stop on it. No, it is a continuous process because COVID-19 will not only be the COVID-19, it can be in a different strain, as we all know. No? It must be continuous. It must be relevantly sustainable in nature. So what it is for me, for you, it is all about collaboration. Because according to World Health Organization Research and Development Blueprint, it has different priorities. Now, we question, is nursing actually one of the priority for this COVID-19? Of course, we are all priority. It is a matter of contributing to the society in terms of finding the treatment. And of course, we have a vaccine already. Yes, in the country, like India, Philippines, and all, even in China. But then, would it actually stop? No. It is still a continuous process because you, as a nursing professional, you have a very good access in your patient. Now, my question is that, have you done research then to your patient having a lot of side effect then associated with this? So there's a lot of priorities. So with that, we may say there's a lot of vaccines. Okay. So in that sense, have we actually contributed? What kind of vaccine are they using? Is there any vaccine hesitancy that happening? That's a question. So have we done research on it? Now, it's a matter then in terms of legality. Legality in terms of vaccines. Some still are actually having hesitations in terms of vaccination. Now, my question here is that for 1 minute of time, okay, just to think, I want to have your participation. What would be your topic then that of your interest that will actually be related to COVID-19? Okay, this is actually a 1 minute question for all of us. A 1 minute question that will change the world. Okay, can you put it in the chat box? What would be your research then for COVID that is relevant to COVID-19? Okay? Okay, 1 minute. Try to think. Okay, I try to have also some of the answers here. We have what will be the people perception on COVID-19 vaccine. Yes, it's a very interesting, especially if you put actually also with nursing student and also the particular mentality of people then in terms of COVID-19 vaccine. Yes, that's very relevant. Yes. Hello, everyone by Usha. Yes. Shout out for that. Perceptions and acceptance of COVID-19 vaccine among Indian population. I think that's a very relevant as of this moment. No, as a nursing professional, then you'll be able to contribute then on the aspect of perception, knowledge, and acceptance, because I think they have a lot of hesitancy with regards to the vaccines. Okay, very good. There is actually also some of the suggestion by uh, Pushpa in terms of the side effect of vaccination. Yes, it can also be longitudinal or a shorter version then of the, it can be a prospective or it can be a retrospective studies then related to the hospital or even in the national aspect then of looking at the effect, the side effects. It can also be like, for example, you can also go collaborate with the Faculty of Pharmacy with the pharmacovigilance in terms of the side effect of the different vaccines in the country. Yeah, that's actually very relevant then. For others, what are your opinions then with regards to the with regards to COVID-19? What are your contribution now for the research for COVID-19? Okay. Okay, while you are thinking with that, so we all know that we have a lot of vaccines already in the market. There are still others that perhaps very uh, hesitant in terms of the vaccination. And of course, we all know that there's a lot of things that we need really to search or research then for a certain research for COVID-19 pandemic. While you and submission then for a particular topic of choice, and after choosing the particular topic, you'll be able to identify to the search engines. And then next would be finding in terms of set of search engines, depending upon different publication. It can be MedSurg Nursing, official journal of the Academy of Medical Surgical Nurses. It can also be through Cochrane, PubMed, Senile, no, and others that can actually become our databases, no, for our certain research. It can also be with different institutions or colleges or universities throughout the globe that can actually help in terms of our databases, especially the University of Minor, no, which is actually in the library homepage. Okay. So finding in terms of the literature is actually how to find in terms of a very good literature, actually search on it. No? But then in terms of finding a good literature, that's the major hurdle for all of us, because maybe the journal that you have found out is an open source that may be a predatory in nature, or maybe it's actually not a good, goodly published in terms of its, it must actually be lesser than 5 years with its actually clinical relevance on it. And it must also have a legitimacy. Is it a reputable journal coming then you can actually see that one in the main journal. No? And in terms of the study design, is it actually well particular research? Is it actually having a very number of respondents? In terms of clinical studies also, is it in the very credible number of clinical trials that have been made, or etc. No, of it. So it must be critically appraised then. When you look at the journal, when you try to read a journal, it must have that kind of component then for a certain journal. No? And of course, we try to look also with not only with the reputation of a journal, but also in the reputation and also the specialty of that particular authors also. No? Maybe it's a first time of a certain publication, or a first time of a particular authors then that looking at on the research of that particular expertise. So you need to look into also the credibility of that particular authors. At the same time also, we have evidence pyramid as from level 1 until level 7, depending upon what kind of paper that you want to publish then. If it is actually a literature review, a systematic, or a meta-analysis, or a scoping review, no, a network analysis review, etc., etc., we need to be able to have higher impact journals that have a level 1 or level 2 or level 3 in nature, no? That have a higher credibility, and it has a very new knowledge that we can actually get from that particular journals. Now remember, when we do systematic review, meta-analysis, of course, these are very good journals, but of course, there will be no systematic review, there will be no critical with this different reviews that I've mentioned a while ago, like scoping review and etc. If you don't have also a very good journals that you actually can get. No? So it's very evident that we need to look at the different evidence or the pyramid, and depending upon what type of a particular article that we want to look into, and what kind of journal are we also want to make, no? Or want to make with that particular journal. Now, according to the blueprint of the World Health Organization, there's a lot of topics that we can actually get during this time of COVID-19 pandemic. Yes, there's a lot of topics, including of which not only experimental, but also descriptive, inferential researches that we can actually go into, from public health, epidemiological, up to the social sciences, up to the mental health, etc., etc., that we can actually do in terms of the COVID-19 interventions. Now, looking at this particular slide, you can see that there's a lot of journals that contributed to COVID-19 for publication, including of which the highest among all of the journals, according to this, is the Journal of Clinical Nursing, which have 18 contribution for COVID-19 publication. No? And even Heart Lung, Journal of Advanced Nursing, European Journal of Cardiovascular Nursing, etc., etc. As you can see, even the nursing education in practice can also be contributory for the COVID-19 publication. Now, this is actually the hot item nowadays. So grab the opportunity, because most of the hot topics nowadays is more relevant with the COVID-19 pandemic. So if you want to publish a review, or even original article or viewpoints or letter or whatsoever it is, no? Whatever form it is, you'll be able to really contribute a lot to the publication. So seize the moment while it is actually still in COVID-19 pandemic. Now, in terms of bibliographic information, according to publication date, there's a lot of methods or types and quartile that has been published with the COVID-19 pandemic. And most of them are in articles, original articles, even editorials, or even letters or reviews that are in quartile 2 or even in quartile 4, lesser of which are in quartile 1, and of course in there's no publication yet in the quartile 3 as of the moment. Now, this is very important to seize the moment. Now, for all of us in the nursing profession, you can actually publish your work even in quartile 1 or even in the quartile 4 of the publication. So the higher quartile it is from quartile 4 going into the highest of its impact factor into the quartile 1, no? Because most of my reviews are in the quartile 1, and mostly in my field of interest are actually looking into the quartile 1 publication, especially on research on social and clinical pharmacy. Now, there are different types of topics of different databases or review article for nursing related to COVID-19, no? And usually they are more into nursing training, research methodology, and how to be able to solve intervention problems, then even psychosocial support, and even guidelines for nursing professional for COVID-19 pandemic. So it's very important for all of us, even if can actually solve in terms of the problem as a nursing professional then, no? So that you'll be able to have a very good background or literatures to be able to get later on of your journal. Now, looking at this, there are even traditional herbal supplements that we can even research on. And there's a lot of literatures that may be able to look into about herbal supplements and the mentality of people to use herbal supplement as one of the modalities in terms of treating COVID-19 pandemic as an alternative. So you can actually also search on that, no? On that matter. Now, I have also conducted a lot of research which are usually to different communities, and I really contributed, particularly when I was in Malaysia working. I actually contributed with the migrant workers, doing some medical missions, having some intervention as a healthcare professional. And one of my research are more into occupational health with the migrant workers, no? And I have a lot of interventional design that I actually collaborated with the Philippine Embassy with regards to the different researches. Even collaborating with the community, or even looking at their condition, especially with different nationalities, even Bangladeshi, etc., who are migrant workers in Malaysia at that time. So I try to integrate with them, immerse with them, talk with them, and what can we contribute then? As a researcher, of course, one of your contribution is not only intervention, but also publication that can actually open the minds of every individual with regards to the situation of the communities. Now, these are the different pictures, and we have already collaborated with United Nations, universities, etc., etc. No? And we conducted also, after the result and publication, we also done, so it's actually going back to the communities also. No? When you done your publication, it's not only you'll be able to stop on that. No, you need to have a continuous support to the community, of the needs of the community, because next time you'll be able to also to maximize the data in terms of the publication, in terms of opening the minds of every individual with regards to the migrants' health. And with that, I have published with some of my collaborators, with United Nations University, with other universities throughout the globe also, no? And also with some of my students, master's students and PhD students, with regards to some of the migrant workers. So you also not only bring yourself, but also bring others, especially your postgraduate, with what you are doing and what will be your advocacy then. No? And that's some of my pictures then. And these are some of the publication with Bournemouth University, United Kingdom, especially with sudden cardiac death, public health advocacy then, collaborating with different agencies. And also in the Philippines, we have done telemedicine, wherein on the next month, we will have a lot of publication with regards to telemedicine and what is the impact then here in the Philippines. And also we have conducted this with Association of Medical Doctors in Asia. Okay, and this is actually a nationwide telemedicine. And we have published also different publication in Vietnam, in the Philippines, and also throughout the globe. So what is then the impact then of research, especially in finding with good articles and good journal? It's all about the impact to the community, to your career, at the same time to the institution. It has an impact, yes, because from your idea, you have a problem to solve, and that problem need to be dig on and back up with sufficient evidences, and that evidences need to have a good journals in terms of your backing up, no? And sometimes, and most of the time, no, when you go to the same direction, to the different direction, sometimes it's a long way to go. It's a lot of challenges, and there's a lot of resistance then in terms of doing a lot of publication at the same time doing researches, because it's very tedious based on my experience. It's a lot of painstaking. It's a lot of pressure, especially if you have a lot of workload, especially if you have juggling from your personal up to your career, up to the publication and development of your career. No? So there's a lot of things. But if you have a goal, if you have a perseverance, and you're very enthusiastic in terms of what you're doing, then of course you'll be inspired of what research can actually do in terms of the community. It has really have a great impact in the world, and of course in the society. Now, there are different tips in selecting a particular journal, especially when you want to have a good articles of it. You need actually to listen and read every day. You know, just have we have this kind in my Facebook. I have actually hashtag RX writing challenge. What is that all about? You just actually need to have 30 minutes of your time in terms of doing a research, reading it. Just read, like, for example, reading a scientific article just for 30 minutes. Aside from your Facebook and other social media, you'll be able to at least do 30 minutes of your time each day in terms of putting into your inbox, no, your particular research. Like, for example, you have read some of the Lancelet or PubMed or whatsoever, and you just put it into your interest, and save it. And you will actually be surprised that you have actually read a lot and you have updated your mind. Or what are some of the research gaps in the country at the same time you're disciplined. So my first advice is that you'll be able to list 10 peer-reviewed journals in your field. Okay, you'll be able to have your choice, and you'll be able to have, you will able to have to read it and look at the brighter side of what are really the impacts of this research then to your research, to the community, and etc. Number 2 is never submit a journal to a journal that you never read. Okay, because in reading a particular journal, you'll be able actually to look into the format, to the strength of the different journals. At the same time also, its particular template and how it is actually been made, and what are the necessary areas that are relevant then to your research disciplines. And of course, lastly also, in tips on selecting a journal, is that you'll be able to talk with your librarian. These are underestimated and underutilized professional into our universities. We must actually utilize them because they are more knowledgeable than us in terms of searching with a very good literature and a very good journal. When I was in Malaysia, even here in the Philippines, we usually collaborated with librarians. And I usually ask, what are the latest journals that you have? And what are some of, I try to be shocked, no, because usually they are more knowledgeable on what are the latest trend and bibliometric analysis then of what are the latest trend then of the particular disciplines and journals in the market. No? So you better talk with your librarian. What are some of the sources? And they can actually collaborate also with other universities throughout the globe in terms of from librarian to another librarian of other universities with regards to some disciplines. Okay, you'll be shocked on it, how powerful the librarian it is. Now, in criteria in choosing a journal, there's a home page that you'll be able to look into. Just familiarize yourself, no? You'll be able to look into the scope of your particular journal. Okay? Scope in terms of, is it really a medical surgical journal? Is it actually in terms of, like, for example, maternal health? Is it more into mental health, nursing, or even others? And you'll be shocked that this particular journal may be very broad or very narrow in terms of the scope of a journal. Another one would be in terms of index. When you are a beginner, beginner in terms of the researcher, don't be too particular in terms of indexes, because the main thing that as a beginner is all about trying to actually quantify how many journals do you have. Okay, how many journals do you have in terms of your journal? So you'll be able to really go on from the start of having maybe no index to a very high index in the later run. Don't be too ambitious in terms of your journal. Now, I have heard a little bit of noise with regards. Can you just turn off with it? Thank you very much, because it really irritates also with other guests. Thank you very much for that. No? And it's too lovely that in terms of the impact factor, it's like a sound to all of us. It really irritates. No? What kind of impact factor? Is it an impact factor in terms of 20 in a particular? Wow, it is really very, very good to hear that that particular journal has a very high impact, meaning that if it is actually a news, it is quite very controversial. That journal really have a very vast reading. It's like a newspaper, no? And all that has a very high reading capabilities on it in terms of having that that particular journal. So it's very, of course, if you have a very high impact journal, it has a price to pay. Price in terms of the cost. At the same time, also price in terms of the quality of the journal that you have submitted, because it is actually a very good journal, because it has a very high impact journal. It needs to have putting your paper on it. Be realistic. First of all, that's really a value then. And then you'll be able to say, oh my God, I was rejected with this paper. Number one, is it your paper is too ambitious or having a low quality wherein you haven't read that particular journal? You need to be realistic then. Journal to be submitted. Is it a quarter 4? You start with it. Quarter 4, quarter 3, quarter 2, until quarter 1. Or even with Taylor's and Francis, or even with very high impact journals. Now, publication frequency, how frequent it is? Is it every month or every year or whatsoever? And the duration to publish and etc. So there's a lot of it. And one of the things that I really admire when I look into a is that on the friendliness of the editor. Once the editor would actually say, thank you very much for speaking, but you need to be realistic and you need to be able to submit your the impact that deserves, that justify your particular journal. So it's really, really need really a lot of things to do when you really to quantify and qualify with what are the criteria for your certain journals. Now, looking at this is very important. There are a lot of journals that you can have, like simagojr.com. You can copy on it, or you can have a snapshot or take a photo of it. this www.simagodjunior.com, we really look into the rank of every journal. At the same time, also, what kind of impact factor are we looking at? At the same time, also, the particular journal of your choice and, of course, your discipline on it. No? So there's a lot of things to really ponder when you look into a certain journal. Because when you try to look at this, when you submit your journal, make it sure that of course, what should be the impact factor. Of course, why issue? Because it's something that someone or everyone is talking about. No, in a particular discipline, there's something an issue. There's something controversial with that particular article, wherein it really depicts the idea, etc., etc. It really matters on how we be able really to measure them in terms of selecting an article that are cited within the period of time of that particular good journals that we have. So meaning that certain journals that have an impact factor of 6, maybe 5% of that, like frontiers of nursing, something like that, it may really suit not to that particular journal. So you need to be realistic also. No? At the same time, how do journals increase the impact factor? Of course, you need to have a very good quality. A while ago, if you are a beginner researcher, you need really to add up with your quantity first. Quantity of it, because they look also to your credential. Is this particular author has a lot of publication? Is the particular author has something inside of the Scopus or Elsevier or whatever it is, no, like Orchid, etc. So you need to be able really to determine also of you as a researcher, and you be able to build a high impact attitude among authors. Now, even though you are almost rejected 5 times, 10 times of it, you need really to have a positive attitude then that this paper can really be improved. And that improvement, usually for free, you can actually get it from the peer reviewer. Me, if you're gonna tell me how many times I've been rejected, it's almost more than 5 times, more than 10 times perhaps. But I learned a lot because through this peer-reviewed
Hello. Hello, sir. Your voice is not audible. Sorry for the inconvenience that we are facing now. Sir has got disconnected. We are trying to connect with sir, so kindly bear with us.
Okay, sorry for that. I think that's good excuse then to have a toilet break first, no? But then have we actually also, it's actually also experienced by all of us now with regards to the internet connections. And of course, I would like to share my screen. Okay, I think the host can enable me so that I can actually share my screen. Okay, thank you very much for that. And have you, for those who have here, I think for the organizer, how many minutes do I have so that I be able to adjust my time?
Sir, 5 minutes.
Okay, 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Don't worry with that. I'll be able to deliver it in just a snapshot. Okay, can you actually enable me so that I can actually go on with my slide? Thank you very much. Okay, so with regards to our topic, we say that there's really a need really to have an increase in terms of the impact factors. No? There's a lot of things with that, making articles easier really to find, free and open access. These are the advantages that we can actually get. No? And in terms of journal articles that we'll be able to select, now, first of all, you need really to read and find a very good journals with it, no? To really look into what are the really the format, because it really irritate if you are the editor-in-chief of that particular journal and that is not in accordance to the template, then you may have a problem, no? Because it will really have a headache for the editor. Okay, for the editor. So you need to follow with a good format. As what I always say, it has a long process in terms of from the journal acceptance going into the manuscript itself. It takes a lot. Now, when I was when I'm doing actually also review now with different journals, I actually look in also into the literatures of that particular journal. I'm very particular with it. What is really the background of that particular study up to the different literatures then that has been used in your methodology up to the discussion part. No? So you need really to have, and this is the tips that I'm going to give you then, the 5 tips, how you be able to publish your and have an impact to your journal. Number 1, that you be able to choose the correct and right topic that get to be funded and it is actually in the right choice. Because if you have a very good topic and it's relevant and it has an impact then, of course, your university, through the research office, they be able to really fund you because of your right topic, of relevancy, and it is a very timely no, for this particular journal. Now, number 2 is that get a solid title. That is something that is very good. No? When you look and when you read into the different journals, there's a lot of articles that you can be able to look into and try to look into your discipline then of what is then the relevance of it. You may actually innovate, you may actually try to make it timely, relevant for COVID-19, or maybe relevant to your institution, to the policies, to the priorities then of your institution and to the country. And of course, get yourself a good abstract then. A good abstract makes it introductory to make your research adaptable to a particular journals then. Write a great literature review, because getting a right literature review will always go back to the main root cause of having a very good research journal and a research publication then. No? And of course, target the right journal, because if you're too ambitious and it is not within the quality of your journal, then that of your choice and your discipline, then that is actually you write a very rubbish paper, then of course you will have a rubbish journal. Of course, in the university, in your university, I'm sure all of you are in a very good journals that you want to select with, no? Right? And of course, we don't be discouraged of having a rejection, because every now and then, every day in our life will always be positive and negative. No, it always have imbalances, and life is too unfair, no, to actually think about it. Just relax, take it easy, and really, really try to be positive then of your. And why we usually fail, of course, we have a lot of templates which are not a problem, English problems, etc. Reading is very, very important. Having a very good journal that you'll be able to read, and you'll be able to really scrutinize on it and critically appraise. Then you'll be able to really,
Penting banget investigation council.
extra extra tips for you, no? That you'll be able to learn how to collaborate with other people then, no? And of course, leverage the standards to be global researcher. Remember, you're not be able to look into only with the local, but then you'll be able to also publish your work in the international journal. And of course, increase your visibility, use your Facebook, social media, so that others may be able to cite you in terms of your publication. Now, it's very important that others may also read. So try to disseminate it to your student. Try to disseminate with your colleague. It's not because we are too boastful with it. No? We need to really disseminate the information that there are really original articles that have been published through the international journals. Be more having efforts and be positive then to all of you, and be able to really get the good, good feedback from your colleagues on that. No? Make it a habit always. Write, publish, repeat. Again, write, publish, repeat. No? With regards to your journal. And my take-home message is that try to follow with the different tips that I've given to you. Select a very good journal. Consider suitability, timely, relevance in it. And of course, be able to really go ponder impact them to the society with that. Remember, in relation to all profession, undertaking research, we have come to a very long way. We still have a long way to go. No? It is crucial that all must contribute to generations of new knowledge through their involvement in research. Any profession that is not actively involved in research is destined to become a dead profession. And we don't want that the nursing profession will be dead. So do your part. Have research, publish, again, write, publish, repeat. Again, write, publish, repeat. And that's all for today. Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Erwin. If you want really to collaborate, I have my email address. And good luck and God bless to all. And stay safe and take care.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, Professor Arvin Feller. So your speech is very informative, wonderful presentation. Really, I hope all the delegates will benefit from your valuable speech. It is very effective. And we are really happy to have you as a speaker in this forum. In future, we hope we need more from your, we'll get more from you in future. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you very much.
So we have one question here. The participant is asking, could you please suggest us some international journals for publication of articles?
Actually, it depends upon your discipline or what kind of journal you want to go into. I would suggest that you be able, I'll try to share my screen with this and try to have this particular journal. No? I try to share my screen first and try to share to you some of my techniques of the journal publication. So like for example, this particular journal, There's a lot of journals here. Like for example, when I type with nursing in simagojunior.com, when I actually have nursing, so what actually comes out is like, for example, Journal of Advanced Nursing, International Journal of Nursing Studies, Journal of Clinical Research, depending upon your discipline. We actually, all of us have different disciplines, right? Under nursing. So it can be oncology, it can be mental health, it can be nursing administration, nursing scholarship, microbiological nursing, cancer nursing, or even nursing management. So it depends on, so you just type simagojunior.com. So you can already find your particular journal of choice, depending upon your decision. Like for example, you want to have your research is more on nursing management. You can actually send it to Journal of Nursing Management. But try to look into one or two of the publications. Don't stuck yourself with this nursing management. You can also survey or add up another list, your Plan B, Plan C, Plan D journals. Okay, I'm going to stop share.
I kindly request the participants, if you have any question, then you can put it in the chat box. As there are no questions anymore, I suppose and believe that everyone has gained knowledge in this session, as Sir has well explained and has covered the topic in detail. I would like to thank you, Sir, so much for the huge takeaway knowledge that you have provided us on finding good research and research article and journal, focusing especially on the nursing profession. Thank you so much, sir. Now, for the moving on to the scientific session, now I would like to hand over the platform to Ms. Kalpana and Ms. Midushmita. Thank you.
Yes, so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Usa ma'am, Inu ma'am, and Nirmali ma'am. Can we start with the session, ma'am?
Yes, you can start the session. Already all evaluators, Madam Usha Madam is ready, Inu Madam also is ready. You can start the session. Just
Okay,
inquiry whether all the participants are there or not.
We have 169 participants, ma'am.
No. The participant means the presenter. Agenda, all presenters are ready. Today's presenters are ready or not. Just make it confirm it.
Okay. Miss Christy Martina, Mr. John Dines, Mrs. Lalri Lwangi, Miss Midusmita Nath, and Miss Nondita Fukan.
Ma'am, I'm ready. This is Christy Martina. I'm ready with the presentation. Yes. If you can enable me to share the slide, I can
Okay,
start.
sure. Okay, so all the presenters are also here with us. So without further delay,
A very good afternoon to all the respected speaker, respected judges, presenter and participants. I, Kalpana,
and I, Midusmita Nath, moderator for today's scientific presentation, welcome you all for this session.
For this session, we have with us 5 presenters and 3 judges to evaluate the paper presentation. So before we move on, I would like to introduce our 3 judges. First, with us we have Dr. Mrs. Usa Malik Ukande. Dr. Mrs. Usa Malik Ukande is former principal, Choitram College of Nursing, CH and RC Indore, India. Ma'am did her basic nursing and post-graduation from CMC Ludhiana and PGI Chandigarh and won gold medals in both and obtained her PhD degree in nursing. Ma'am has 50 years of professional experience and is also a recipient of various awards and honors like Hall of Fame by Nursing Honors Society of India. Ma'am had been a resource person for UNICEF and OSED project, and Ma'am has presented more than 100 research papers at national and international conferences and published her research paper in journals. Ma'am has also established midwife-led natural birthing center SWA at Choitram Hospital, Indore, India. And after retirement from regular job in 2019, Ma'am has launched her own publication house named Malik Publication and the midwife-led clinic Miracle of Motherhood, MOM, to prepare women for normal or natural birthing.
Thank you, Kalpana. We also have with us Dr. Inu Boru. Dr. Inu Boru has completed her BSc Nursing in 1997, MSc Nursing in 2008, and PhD in 2019. Ma'am has also working experience as nursing tutor in Downtown Hospital Limited and Regional College of Nursing. Ma'am has also worked as assistant professor cum principal in search in CPMS College of Nursing. Ma'am is involved in various training programs conducted by NHM, and Ma'am has also attended many conferences as resource person. So some few are breastfeeding techniques organized by National Nutritional Board under Ministry of Child and Family Welfare, Guwahati, 1st August 2010. Then students' perspective in Advanced Nursing Administration organized by CPMS College of Nursing, Guwahati in 5th March. And now Ma'am currently working as a lecturer cum HOD of Obstetric and Gynecological Department in Regional College of Nursing.
We also have with us Professor Mrs. Nirmali Gogoi. Ma'am has 22 years of teaching experience, and Ma'am is a master trainer of HIV/AIDS and training for nurses under the GF/ATM Round 7. And Ma'am is actively involved in research activities since the last 12 years and has published 25 research papers related to children and neonatal problems in Index Journal and guided about 30 research projects of PG students. And Ma'am has also presented many scientific papers in national and international conferences and accepted her paper in the World Pediatric International Conference, Edinburgh, UK. Ma'am has been awarded as Women Researcher Award in the International Scientist Award on Engineering, Science and Medicine organized by VDGOOD Professional Association. And now Ma'am is currently working as a professor cum head of department, Faculty of Nursing, Assam Downtown University.
Now the instruction for scientific paper presentation are, so 7 minutes is allotted to each presenter, out of which 5 minutes is for presentation and 2 minutes for discussion. So after 5 minutes, we will give warning. Without further delay, I would like to request our first presenter, Ms. Christy Martina, to present her paper. Over to you, Ms. Christy Martina.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you so much for the opportunity you've given us. Could you please enable me to share my screen? Yeah, thank you so much. Good afternoon, one and all. I take this opportunity to thank everyone for selecting me for this paper presentation. The topic what I'm going to speak is title of my study is a quasi-experimental study to assess the effectiveness of instructional module on the stress and coping of fathers whose newborn are admitted in the neonatal unit. So just to start the study, I was supposed to be strong and support everyone around me. I was not ready for this. I knew I had to be strong just like him. Everyone said I need to keep going. Day after day of uncertainty, it took me ages to ask for support, ask for help to deal with the emotional side of things that nobody can prepare for you. Father, the fighter. To introduce my topic, these were the codes of the fathers whom I was about to interview. Those were the thoughts which were running in their mind. So to introduce, the birth of a preterm or critically ill infant can alter transition to parenting. Fathers who play a key role in decision making may present with ethical dilemmas. Being in an alien environment contribute to an overwhelming feeling of isolation. The sickest preterm infant will be in hospital for many months and visiting can be difficult, exhausting, and has a financial drain for parents. Although fathers are acknowledged as very important participants, little is known about their experience. They often have the earliest contact with the baby and with the healthcare team because the mother may be admitted in the hospital. Sorry. Okay. The significance and need for the study. NICUs are a difficult place to feel like a parent, and fathers may feel out of place in the new environment. Most studies predominantly focus on the mother, although stress is significant for both the parents. The experiences fathers have are diverse and complex. In highlighting these experiences of fathers, the healthcare professionals need to consider the unique perspective of father in the context of the NICU and be aware of the same. There are 4 objectives to my study. The first one is to assess the level of stress experienced by the fathers of babies admitted in the neonatal unit, to assess the coping mechanisms adopted by the fathers of babies in the neonatal unit, to assess the effectiveness of an instructional module in reducing their stress and improve coping, and to associate the levels of stress and coping with their clinical and socio-demographic variables. The hypothesis is there will be a significant reduction in the stress and improvement of coping in fathers after the instructional module. We feel like my study was aimed to create an instructional module and how it's going to help the fathers, because most of the times the fathers are left behind. We always feel the importance is given only for the mothers, but fathers are also important. That's what my hypothesis is about. So the research design I used was a quasi-experimental design, and I used a pre-test, post-test experimental control comparison. The sampling technique was a convenient sampling, and the setting was a neonatal unit. And the population where fathers were admitted in the neonatal unit, and the fathers of babies admitted in the neonatal unit for more than 24 hours were taken. The sample size was 60. There were 30 fathers in each group. So the data collection tool was, there were 2 tools which were used. One is a parental stressor scale, and the second one is the modified coping health inventory for parents. Okay, so the first scale is a 5-point Likert scale, which includes 4 subscales, which include the sights and sounds of the unit, the appearance and behavior of the infant, relationship with the infant and parental role, and staff behavior and communication. And the coping health inventory for parents is an instrument designed to measure parents' response to management of family life when they have a child who...
Miss Christy, you have only 1 minute left.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, who is seriously ill. So the results of the study are, these are the results of the demographic and clinical variables. So I would go on with the first objective, the stress. So the main thing which caused stress for the fathers were the staff behavior and communication, which was significant, which was statistically significant. And we learn about the coping of the parents. They were not much, but these were the items which were assessed for the coping strategies. The important thing is the pre-test and post-test were done after the instructional module. The instructional module contains the orientation of the unit, when the fathers are supposed to visit. An important thing is how the fathers can be part of the care. So in the stress, we can find that there was statistically significant result. That means the p-value was less than 0.05. That means the instructional module does have an effect on the stress of the fathers. And it also does with the coping strategies. And the fourth objective was with the to associate with the demographic and the clinical variables. There was significance in few things. If the fathers had education, they were able to cope well.
Miss Christy, your time is up. Thank you for the presentation. Now the time is open for discussion.
Yes.
In the meantime, Mr. John Dines, please get ready.
Are we, the judges are supposed to say something or ask a question from Christy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Christy,
yes,
your topic had been very good, but you spent time in the beginning and explaining. We would have loved to hear it till the end. Anyways,
yes, ma'am.
Don't you think the qualitative method or mixed method should have been adopted to make it more, make the more impact? Because the area is such where the feelings and concerns can be expressed in qualitative form more than in a quasi-experimental. Yeah, quasi-experimental was fine to give you data, numerical data.
Yes, ma'am. Maybe I should try another study with the mixed method
yes,
approach.
true,
I
true.
will do that.
You can go for another, can do it in mixed so that you have numerical as well as
qualitative.
Qualitative data.
Sure, ma'am. Sure. Thank you for your input.
Okay, Christy Martina,
yes,
can you hear me? Okay, Christy Martina, you have taken this aspirant stretcher scale. Is it a standard scale?
Yes, ma'am. It's a standard scale. And
one
it's
you have taken
scale.
standard and one you have taken
yes,
modified.
Yes, ma'am. Modified? Yes, ma'am. I did check the, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you have mentioned you have got one significant relations between the staff behavior with parents, especially with the father. Can you explain me what means regarding this?
Sure, I will do that.
Means why? What is the reason behind that? The reason I want to know, because your
sure,
result is significant.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, the fathers have felt that whenever the fathers get inside, they feel that they are out of place because nobody recognizes the father, because fathers are also important part of the neonatal unit, but they don't get the prior recognition what they deserve, because it's usually the mothers who are there because they come there for feeding. But usually when the father comes there, they feel totally out of place because nobody even recognizes them and nobody even communicates them like what is happening to the child. So this study, it was very significant because I explained to the fathers. I brought them to the neonatal unit and even made them give kangaroo care for the child so that they will feel that the bonding they can they can start the parenting soon. So that was the aim of the study, ma'am. That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes,
Mrs. Christina, your topic really it is very good topic. I enjoy your topic, because always we think, if you think the stress, always we concern about, we think of the mother's stress. We never think of the father's stress. The father's stress always it is like a behind the skin. That's why I feel good your study. I like your study, and also if you this one display some qualitative data, then it will be more strong in your study in further. This one. Thank you so much. Your overall your study is very good. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Can you proceed with the next?
You can proceed the next presenter.
Thank you, Miss Christy. Now we have with us next presenter, Mr. John. And the instruction for paper presentation is Total 7 minutes is allotted to each presenter, out of which 5 minutes is for the presentation and 2 minutes for discussion. And in the meantime, Miss Lalrin Luangi, please get ready. Over to you, Mr. John.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Is it audible?
Yes, it's audible. You can start.
Yes.
Can you kindly enable me to share the screen?
You can share your screen. I have already made you the co-host.
So before I start, I would like to take this time to thank the organizing team for giving us this platform to present our paper. And to start with, I would like to start a quote saying that you beat cancer by how you live and the manner in which you live. The title of my study is Distress and Coping Strategies of Patients Undergoing Radiation Therapy. To start with, cancer has been known as a stressful diagnosis all around the world. Cancer patients experience some levels of distress associated with cancers and its treatment stages of the disease. Distress can negatively impact patients as they cope with cancer diagnosis, treatment, and recovery. The significance and need for this study is the radiation therapy involves a greater stress, and patient stress levels are greatly increased during and after therapy. They require constant support to improve their quality of life. Systematic reviews have found evidences to support patients with cancers, but the evidence for specific type of cancers and their optimal outcomes are very few. Once again, the study title is a descriptive study to assess the distress and coping strategies of patients undergoing radiation therapy with selected cancers. I had 4 objectives, and the objectives are listed as to assess the distress of patients undergoing radiation therapy with selected cancers, to assess their coping strategies, and my third objective is to determine the relationship between distress and coping strategies among patients undergoing radiation therapy with selected cancers. And my fourth objective is to determine the association between distress and coping of patients with demographic and clinical variables. It's a descriptive research design, and this study was done in radiation therapy department. The population of the study were the patients with cancer undergoing radiation therapy. The samples were the patients undergoing radiation therapy with cancers of head and neck, pelvic region, and breast cancers. Sample size was calculated to have 85 samples, and convenient sampling technique was used. Inclusion, the very specific inclusion criteria which I have included mentioned here is the patients undergoing radiation therapy for the first time was included in the study. Coming to the data collection tools, there were 2 tools were used in this study. One is the distress thermometer, which is given by National Cancer Comprehensive Network, which is a rating scale of 1 to 10, and another one is a Jalovic coping scale. Ethical considerations were obtained. The results are as like this. Number 1, distribution of patients according to the site of cancer, out of which 42.4% patients were having head and neck cancers, and 38.8% of patients were having cancers of pelvic region, and 18.8% of patients were having breast cancers. With objective 1, to assess the distress, here we can see that 43.5% of patients were having moderate distress, comparing to 31.8% of patients had mild distress, and 24.7% had severe distress. This table shows that 17%, in severe distress, head and neck patients, the majority of the patients with head and neck cancer had severe distress, whereas the patients with pelvic cancers had moderate distress, and majority of patients with breast cancer were having moderate distress. There's a clinical significance is identified in this with a p-value of 0.001, which shows that there's a significance with the cancer site is identified. Distribution of problems causing distress among cancer patients. 62.4% of patients had problems with regard to finance. 76.5% were worried about the illness. 35.3% had problems dealing with children. 81.2% had physical problems, mainly fatigue related to treatment. 75.3% had problems with eating. 62.4% had problems with sleep. The objective 2, to assess the coping strategies. Here 50.3% always wanted to keep the situation under control. 47.7% always felt that they wished the problem would go away. 43.5% often felt worried about the problem. 41.2% often wanted to
Mr.
talk.
John, you have only 1 minute left.
Yes, sure. Coming to the third objective, there's no significant association between coping and distress, which is identified by the low positive correlation, which is identified by the Pearson correlation. And this scatter plot shows us there's a very low positive correlation identified, and there's no significant relationship between distress and coping. The last objective is that there's no significance between the levels of distress and demographic variables. As age increases, distress also increases. There is statistical significance identified between the duration of illness and the levels of stress with a p-value of 0.02. In coping, there is a statistical significance between the coping and financial source of treatment with a p-value of 0.03. The implications I have given the implications in bolded letters. One is to increase the self-efficacy and decreases the anxiety among patients. Second one is to have a policy on good communication practices. The third one is to improve the patient and family education. And the fourth one is a regular distress screening should be practiced on a regular basis in a different parts of the treatment. In conclusion, the management should include protocols for psychological as well as medical assessment and intervention as required. The psychological care can sometimes be neglected with focus on more on medical care and treatment. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Now the time is open for discussion.
Okay, Mr. John, your study was very good and you have presented it well. It's some disturbance. Please see that the disturbance is reduced. Huh? Okay, Mr. John, a question to you. Your slides, when you were showing that the severe stress was among those who had head and neck cancer.
Yes, ma'am.
17%, something like that. So what is the reason? What was the reason that they had the maximum severe stress as compared to other categories?
What I would say is the physical disfigurement which causes during radiation therapy, which is evident outside to the people, causes more distress, number one. And number two is to do with the nutrition. As the radiation therapy starts and after 10 sittings, they will have difficulty in eating, as well as some people even had difficulty in breathing. And so these are the things which I feel that it is causing more distress among the patients with head and neck cancers comparing to the other cancers, which is evident outside.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Others.
Mr. John, your topic it's very nice. It is related with the cancer, and it's your stress and with the coping strategies. It's a very good topic. Mr. John, I would like to ask you regarding like your gender, like your both male and female you have taken.
Ma'am?
Both male and female patients you have taken.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Especially you have mentioned regarding the pelvic. When you are mentioning regarding the pelvic and breast, you will get more female cases compared with the male, and neck and head, especially in the Northeast, you will get more cases of male. So in future also, you can go for comparison study between your female and the male. With, you can proceed with the comparison study also. Anyway, this is a very good study. So from where, like your populations, it was from where?
It's from a patients from a multi-specialty hospital.
Can you tell me where it is?
Yeah, it's from CMC Vellore.
CMC Vellore. Okay, okay, good.
Hello, Mr. John. Your stress level, how much you got the stress level?
Sorry, ma'am, I could not hear you.
Stress.
Hello, ma'am.
Your level of stress, how much you got?
Yeah, as I mentioned here, the stress level with the patients having head and neck cancers were having more of severe distress. it's mentioned, it's mainly rated with a rating scale with 1 to 10, which has different problems. So majority of patients with head and neck cancers are having severe distress, and the other two cancers, pelvic region as well as for breast cancer, they were having majority of the patients were having moderate distress.
Yeah, stress, it is a universally, it is for cancer patient especially. But do you have any this one intervention to reduce to improve the coping strategy in your study?
I have not mentioned anything here, but I have suggested few recommendations, like maybe it can be done by a nursing, saying that the distress has to be screened right at the beginning and during the intermediate treatment pattern, during the intermediate treatment time, as well as at the end of the treatment. So this will help us to have a kind of patients who have all this treatment will have a kind of group discussions when they can share their problems, how they were able to manage all those things. As I mentioned here, good communication practices between the medical team and the patients, and patient education. Prior itself, if the patient is being told of all these issues which may arise during their treatment, it will really help them in managing these things. I have not mentioned any particular intervention in this study.
Yeah, in near future you can do it. It will be more effective. Yeah, definitely. In this aspect is very important for that type of patient. Yeah, thank you. Overall, your good presentation and good study. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we have our next presenter, Miss Lalrin Luangi. In the meantime, Miss Mridusmita Nath, please get ready, and over to you, Miss Lalrin Luangi.
Thank you, ma'am. Let me start my screen.
You can share the screen.
Is it showing?
No.
Please wait a second. I shared my screen with. Is it showing? Is the screen showing?
It's only saying that has started screen sharing, but we cannot see your screen.
Okay. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
You are audible, but your screen, it is not coming.
I'm really sorry. It seems to be some technical error here.
Can you proceed with the next one so that in between these slides you can arrange?
Miss Lalrin Luangi, since you have some problem, like we will proceed with the next presenter. Our next presenter is Miss Mridusmita Nath. Over to you, Miss Mridusmita Nath. Medusmita? Oh, okay. Um, in the meantime, Miss Nondita Fukan, please get ready.
Okay. No, no. Just like that. Hold them now. Slide it now, Karan. Thank you, Kalpana. Respected judges, so now I am going to present my paper. So my title of the study is Assessment of Perceived Social Support, Emotional Maturity, Resilience among people living in flood-affected areas of Majuli, Assam. So my significance and need of the study. So first, I would like to start with one quote. Floods are act of God, but flood losses are largely acts on man. So natural disaster is a major and sudden adverse event that caused by environmental factors that injure people and damage property.
Miss Medusmita?
Your slide is not coming. Yes. Yeah, Medusmita. Yes,
yeah,
coming. You can proceed.
continue.
Thank you, ma'am. So now I'll start from start again. So my title of the study is Assessment of Perceived Social Support, Emotional Maturity and Resilience among people living in flood-affected areas of Majuli, Assam. So my significance and need of the study. So I would like to start with one quote. Floods are act of God, but flood losses are largely acts on man. So natural disaster is a major and sudden adverse event that caused by environmental factor that injure people and damage property. So among all natural disaster, basically in Assam, flood is the most common natural hazard. And in Majuli, the world's largest river island. So Majuli is the most flood-prone area. And the importance of perceived social support, resilience, and emotional maturity among that area is very much needed. And there is a relationship between resilience and psychological well-being. Hence, it will help to know about the psychological state of people in that area. So by knowing these all three aspects, researchers find out the actual level of the all three aspects and if related intervention can be planned. And hence the researcher felt the need. So next is problem statement. So a descriptive study to assess the perceived social support, emotional maturity, and resilience among people living in flood-affected areas of Majuli. And my aim of the study is to assess the perceived social support, emotional maturity, and resilience among people living in flood-affected areas of Majuli. My objective are to assess the socio-demographic profile, to assess the perceived social support, emotional maturity, and resilience, to find out association between socio-demographic variable and perceived social support, emotional maturity, and resilience, and to find out relationship among perceived social support, emotional maturity, and resilience among people living in flood-affected areas of Majuli. So coming to the methodology, my research approach is quantitative research approach. Research design is descriptive research design. Study setting is selected flood-affected areas of Majuli. Population is flood-affected people of Majuli. Sample size is 69. Sampling technique is purposive sampling technique for selecting the areas, and random sampling technique is used for selecting the houses. And from the selected house, samples are taken who fulfill the inclusion criteria. And tools are socio-demographic questionnaire, multidimensional scale for perceived social support, Conner-Davidson resilience scale, and emotional maturity scale. And analysis, data analysis is descriptive and inferential statistics. So in data collection procedure by using purposive sampling technique, Bhongaon Panchayat was selected and permission was taken from concerned authority, and Zugigaon and Salmora Gaon were selected from Bongaon Panchayat, and by using a simple random sampling technique with the use of table random, houses were selected and house to house visit were done to trace the subject, and from the selected house who fulfill the inclusion criteria, subjects were taken, and purpose and confidentiality, anonymity were explained to the subject, informed consent was taken, socio-demographic tool, other standardized tool were distributed, and on the next day of home visit, completed tools are taken. So coming to the analysis, so analysis is done under 4 sections. First is frequency percentage distribution of socio-demographic variables. So in most of the participants were female, then most of them are married, and education is from class 1 to 9. Then occupation is basically homemaker, and type of family is nuclear family. So in frequency percentage of perceived social support, emotional maturity and resilience, 82.6% were having high perceived social support, then 69.6% have extremely emotionally matured, and maximum participant have high resilience. So in association, come to the next objective, that is association. So only age has significant association with emotional maturity with p-value 0.007. Then in coming to the correlation, so there is a significant negative correlation with perceived social support and emotional maturity, and perceived social support and resilience, and significant positive correlation with emotional maturity and resilience, significant positive correlation with perceived social support and resilience. So coming to the discussion, so in perceived social support, maximum participants have high perceived social support because the study setting was in rural area and the social engagement and closeness is high, so due to which it is high. Then in emotional maturity also, the people of that area is having high emotional maturity, as the study was conducted on adult groups, so the level by more at age, it is common that
Miss Midusmita, only 1 minute left.
Thank you. Then in resilience also, the level of resilience is high among all that area, because the flood is most frequently affected in that area and they have to cope with the difficult situation, and that's why it is enable them to resilient enough. And there is significant association with emotional maturity and age, because due to age, the emotional maturity is gradually increased, so that's why there is a significant association. And in present study, the significant negative correlation between perceived social support score and emotional maturity score, and emotional maturity score and resilience. It is because in emotional maturity score, higher the score implies lower the maturity level, so which implies when perceived social support will increase, the emotional maturity level will also increase by decreasing the score, and likewise it is similar with significant negative correlation with resilience. And the significant positive correlation between emotional maturity and between perceived social support and resilience is, while higher level of perceived social support, the level of resilience will also increase. So these are the implications in nursing education by doing guidance and counseling in practice, then in administration, and in nursing research. So in nursing research, further interventional study can be conducted. So in limitation, due to COVID-19 pandemic, my study sample sizes reduced from 269. Then the data collection procedure is changed in the end part of the study, because in pilot study it was found that it takes more time, and COVID-19 pandemic imposing social distancing guideline also, and it is not generalized in all affected areas.
Your time is up. Now the time is open for discussion.
Yeah, Mridu, Smita, it is a very good study, very socially relevant topic.
Thank you,
did you find, you did not say any association between sex, that is female and male, but in average, did you find women being more resilient and more emotionally mature or not?
Ma'am, actually, I did not compare that one, but I found as a overall, I found that all the people, whoever is there, they are more resilient enough.
All equal. You mean to say men and women were all equally resilient, right?
Resilient, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. You have not taken the government's or states' help that is provided during relief. You have not taken it into consideration. Administrative help, which can impact on.
No, ma'am. Actually, ma'am, we are planning to do,
Social
but due
support.
to due to ma'am pandemic, we could not
Okay.
do all this thing. So that's why my
So you have done it
sample
during
size is also.
pandemic.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Anyways, this is a very good study. Very good.
Thank you,
Go
ma'am.
ahead.
Okay, Smita, it's a very good study.
Thank you, ma'am.
So you did your study at Majuli, is not it?
Yes, ma'am.
So can you tell me the inclusive criteria?
So, ma'am, in inclusive criteria, I include the age group from 18 to 60. Then those who can read, write, and understand Assamese. And in exclusion criteria, ma'am, those known diagnosed cases of any chronic or chronic medical or psychological disorder, I excluded them because it will further
Yes.
hamper their resilience effect. That's why I excluded them.
Okay. You have mentioned regarding the correlation. Can you mention it again, once again?
Yes, ma'am. In correlation, ma'am, I found that there is a significant negative correlation
No,
between
positive. You tell me regarding the positive correlation.
So, ma'am, in positive correlation, I have found that there is significant positive correlation between perceived social support and resilience. So, when perceived social support will increase, the resilience will also increase. And when there is significant negative correlation between emotional maturity and resilience, and emotional maturity and perceived social support, it means that, ma'am, in emotional maturity scale, it implies that when emotional maturity score will increase, the level will decrease. So that's why it implies that the perceived social support while increase, the emotional maturity level will also increase. So it is same with for resilience also.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Madhusmita. Very nice presentation, nice study. It is very,
Thank
as
you,
Usha Madam told, it is very socially relevant topic. We need more topics related like this topic in our, especially in the Northeast India, all over the India. It is a very relevant topic. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Madhusmita. Moving on to the next. I request Ms. Nondita Fukan to present your paper presentation. And in the meantime, Ms. Lalrin Luangi, please get ready.
Good afternoon. I am going to present my paper. Paper is Importance of Dissemination of Research Findings. Introduction. It is commonly recognized that research is now an activity undertaken by many healthcare professionals. Research needs to be disseminated as widely as possible at local, national, and international levels. A research findings is a highly structured piece of writing that clearly states the purpose of the research and outcomes of the research activities. Research reports are usually produced primarily for the commissioners and founders of the project, but may also be produced for such groups as service research, multidisciplinary colleagues, and fellow professionals. Objective: to discuss the value of the continuous stockholders' engagement for disseminations and utilizations of research results, to study the value of developing of a comprehensive dissemination strategy as an integral part project. Dissemination of research finding. Creating a dissemination strategy for a research project will lead to increased awareness of research and maximize the impact that the research can have in improving the health outcome of the patients that will benefit from it. Dissemination of research finding is an important part of research process, passing on the benefits to the other researchers, professional practitioners, and wider community. Dissemination tools. The dissemination tools include research report, peer review reports, press release, policy briefs. dissemination plan. To ensure that the project result will be used, research project must develop a dissemination plan that explains how the outcomes of the project will be shared with stakeholder, relevant institution, organization, and individuals. Specifically, the dissemination plan has 6 elements: purpose, and research, dissemination partners, communication, evaluation, dissemination, work plan. Purpose: all disseminations should have a purpose and should support or inform project development in some way. Defined end users may be interested in defined aspect of the research. End users are individual group, healthcare professionals, organization that use research findings and product. Dissemination partners, informal network, quality informal organization, accreditation boards may be dissemination partner who can serve as dissemination intermediation, amplifying our research in target audience. Communication. Effective communication depends on the use of the defined channels. For example, publication and report, meeting and conference, defined electronic communication, etc. We should select method and channels to bring our findings to end users. Evaluating of the success of dissemination effort is an iterative process. It is not short-term activity. It is a long-term relationship with our end users and will provide outgoing feedback to help us to improve our research. Dissemination work plan. When planning this dissemination, we decide when defined dissemination activities will be most relevant. The ideal time will depend on the progress of the report. The dissemination strategy should be based on an understanding of the stakeholder and their information needs and preferences. Developing a dissemination strategy, the dissemination process must be part of the implementation of the research project cycle. Involving stakeholders in the dissemination process early will enhance greater ownership of the research process and the ultimate uptake of the research findings. Specific steps are recommended for research teams as they discuss and identify their dissemination strategies and related needs. Steps in developing a dissemination strategies. Review past dissemination effort, devise dissemination objectives, determine audience, develop pages, decide on dissemination approaches, determine dissemination channel.
Miss Nandita, 1 minute left.
Yes.
Only 1 minute is left.
Determine dissemination channel, review available resources, evaluate efforts. Conclusion: dissemination process is really simple. While all research should be disseminated, not research is really adaptable. The design and applicability of research should be assessed. Research is not completed if its outcomes or results are not disseminated to the target population or audience to achieve the necessary change. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nandita. Now the time is open for discussion.
Nandita, yours is not a research paper. It is only a concept.
Concept, yes.
It is. What made you to get paper in this international conference?
This field is new for me. So experimental studies are not done by me. So I prepared this type of dissertation.
Okay, so what is your plan for the future? I mean, you have presented it and it must have motivated you to do something. You are a teacher, you are a principal.
I'm a scholar, research scholar.
You are a research scholar. What are you working on?
I'm working on students' attitude in subject statistics.
Okay. Students' attitude towards studies.
Right.
Okay, so you plan to disseminate it, promote dissemination of research, right?
Yes.
You are in process of promoting dissemination of research so that it reaches more people. Anyways, thank you.
Thank you, Nandita, for your presentation. Already, Madam has mentioned that this is not a scientific prepared presentation, but you have tried to give a concept on the disseminations of the research. what to say, but I wish you a very good luck for your future, so that you can carry some few research study afterwards, because you have mentioned that this is your first steps towards the research presentations, for paper presentation. Wish you a very good luck.
Nandita, already both madam is mentioned, it is not a scientific research paper. Okay, it is just a presentation of the review or concept of the this one topic that related this conference. Okay, we hope in future you will do for improvement of the dissemination of the research paper among the this one professionals. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Nandita. Moving on to the next, we have our last presenter, Miss Lalrin Longi. Now over to you, Miss Lalrin Longi.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm sorry for the inconvenience earlier. Is my screen sharing?
Yes, it's coming.
Yes.
You can proceed.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Today I will be presenting on a study on the knowledge of home management of common side effects of cancer chemotherapy among the caregivers of cancer patients in Mizoram. As we all know that cancer is a major health problem that occurs in people of all ethnicities, chemotherapy remains the mainstay of cancer treatment but may cause side effects. Now these side effects, if they are not minimized or treated, it may cause distress, prevent delivery of prescribed dose of therapy, or even lead to dropping out of treatment with the belief that the chemotherapy is harmful than its beneficiary effect. So because of this, it is very important to have for the caregivers to have a basic knowledge about the side effects of the cancer chemotherapy. Aims and objectives, there are two. Number one is to assess the knowledge of caregivers before and after the administration of information booklet as measured by structured knowledge questionnaire. In the methodology, we have evaluative research approach and using pre-experimental one-group pre-test, post-test design. The setting is Daycare Center of Mizoram State Cancer Institute, Zemabok, Mizoram, and 30 samples were taken. Non-probability purposive sampling technique was used. Data collection on the day one, pre-test was done at the daycare center using a structured knowledge questionnaire. At the same time, intervention using the administration of information booklet on home management of common side effects of chemotherapy was done. This booklet was prepared by the researcher. On day 8, post-test was done at the homes of the respondents using the same structured knowledge questionnaire. The tool consisted of two main parts: demographic proforma, which consisted of the personal information of the respondent, that is a caregiver, and also the patient-related information. Structured knowledge questionnaire consisted of 30 items, which is distributed into 7 areas, that is chemotherapy and its effect, alopecia, nausea, vomiting, oral mucositis, diarrhea, constipation, fatigue, infection, and role as a caregiver. The validity was tested by giving to 12 experts, that is 9 in English, and after translation, 3 in Mizo. Translation from English to Mizo and pre-translation to English was done. Pre-testing of the tool and reliability test was done, and the tool was found to be reliable. Seeing the results, we have mean from the figure, we can see that the mean post-test knowledge score, that was 24, was higher than the mean pre-test knowledge score, that is 16. So it indicated that there was significant gain in the post-test knowledge scores after administration of information booklet on home management of common side effects of chemotherapy. And area-wise comparison of the mean percentage between the pre-test and post-test was also done. It was done to find out the actual and modified gain in knowledge scores among the caregivers. Here we see that in the pre-test knowledge score, the lowest mean percentage was 28.9 in the area 2, that is alopecia, and maximum mean percentage was 71.67 in the area 8, that is infections. However, in the post-test knowledge score, the minimum mean percentage was 71.67% in area 3, nausea and vomiting, and the maximum mean percentage was 87.5% in area 1, that is chemotherapy and its effect. Here we can see from the figure that in area-wise also there's a significant gain and significant difference in the post-test knowledge gain in the post-test. Area-wise comparison of the actual knowledge gain, from here we can see that there is actual knowledge gain in all the 9 areas with maximum knowledge gain in area 2, that is alopecia, with 43.33%, and minimum gain in area 8, that is infections, with 14.13%. Lastly, let us see the area-wise comparison of the modified knowledge gain. The modified gain
Ms. Lalulongi, you have only 1 minute left.
Okay. The modified knowledge scores presented also shows that the maximum modified gain was found in area 1. This is chemotherapy and its effect, that is 0.68, and minimum modified gain was found in area 7, fatigue, that is 0.42. So overall, we can conclude that in area-wise, there was significant gain in knowledge in the post-test. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lalulongi. Now the time is open for discussion.
Lalrin,
yes, ma'am.
It's a good study, but I always have one thing to say. We as nurses, whether working in the field, that is with the patients in the hospital, after all, these are patients who had chemotherapy and they are going back home. And then you are mentioning about, you have given them the booklet on home therapy, home management, and the result was better in knowledge. We don't know about practice.
Yes, ma'am.
Why don't we all these years make it a practice that we teach every person who undergoes chemotherapy? Why can't there be a provision in hospitals in collaboration with colleges, because colleges do this research and the practice is not happening? This is the big thing. Why practices are not happening in spite of all these years of us working, two sides working separately. And we do a study and we find out, and then it finishes. So what is now your, what do you want to say in this? Lalrin.
Ma'am.
Got my point?
Yes, ma'am. We need to try and change the attitude. And also if they have knowledge, that is the start. Knowledge is the start. So after they have knowledge, then practice will come if they have the right attitude, ma'am.
Yeah, but why people are not doing it? Why only you people, all of us? I'm not saying you do it. We say all over India, nurses are doing studies and then it just finishes. Your study also will finish with presentation, or maybe you give it for publication. That's an end of it. Is it going to be the end of it?
No,
tell me. See, okay, you will get marks for this and you will also get it, this thing, you will get degree also. But what happens? Why can't we teach our people so that they don't suffer? It should be made a part of curriculum and a part of nursing administration. We say implication in nursing administration, implication to education, implication to research, all this bullshit. I'm sorry to use this word. So from you, I want one promise that you will see that it is implemented, that your booklet of yours stays there in the hospital and it is given to all nurses so that they talk to them and give one booklet, free karo thoda, help them. Give to people. Let's do some concrete work and not just academic theoretical work. I'm sorry I've taken a little more time. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Lalrang. Your presentation, it's a very good presentation. I am thankful to Usha Khande madam that she has raised these questions. For me also, I would like to tell you, whatever research study we are doing, maybe descriptive, experimental, pre-experimental, whatever it is there, but it should be benefited for our client to whom we are going for. So it should be benefited. It has to be. We have to give some benefits to our populations. So Madam had mentioned already. You have did your pre-experimental, one group, pre-test, post-test design. You have selected. So it's a very nice study. You have selected structured teachings program. Oh, sorry, SIM, self-instructional module. Instead of self-instructional module, if you select this one, structured teachings program, I think it could have more better. So anyway, but as Madam has said, it should not be limited only with the paper and just only with the research distance, and you have to teach your stuff. It means the nurses where means those who are working in the clinic, this is clinical side in the areas of the cancer, so that they can at least tell people regarding what are the strategies they will take for coping with or for solving these problems when they will suffer after this chemotherapy after the cancer.
Thank you, Langri. Good study, but labs is that already, what Madam is mentioned. The implication, that aspect is very important. It's a vital part of any research. Until and unless implication, there are no use of the research study. Doing research. That's why you will try to do it, because lot of scopes of doing things on the basis of your study data. That's why in future you try to do something for the client. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Lalrin Wangi. So we have come to the end of today's session. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of Faculty of Nursing, Assam Downtown University, to all the speakers and judges, are Dr. Usa Ukande, Dr. Inu Bora, and Professor Mrs. Nirmali Gogoi for sparing your valuable time, and also to all the presenter and our today's participant for your patient listening. So see you all tomorrow again, and have a nice day ahead. Thank you.
Today you have one more session in the afternoon, 2 o'clock? No.
No, madam.
Achha, these are the only 5 studies.
Yes,
yes,
ma'am. For today. Okay. Yeah. I thought there is another session at 2.
No, madam, already actually we expect more papers. We are getting the more papers, but most of the papers is rejected from the plagiarism checking. That's why it is some limited papers is coming in the presentation. That's madam, thank you so much for giving your valuable time, and nice to see you after a long time, madam.
Yeah,
thank you.
My only concern is Gitu. Gitu is a very dear person to me.
Thank you so much, madam. We are not dear person, madam. We are not dear person.
I am more concerned about practicability of whatever we do. I feel good. People doing very good research. Those who presented, they presented so well. Why can't we put it into practice, and college? That is why college and practice people should work together. We should give them the academic help, and they should put it into practice, and there has to be some collaboration so that the teachers can go and see whether it's happening or not. I mean, whether the patients are being taught what we discovered, or whatever studies we have done, are we able to implement them? Please do something in your hospital. You must have got a hospital. You have a hospital of your own?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Do something like I started my birthing center with a lot of difficulty. They don't want teachers to, they say, aap remote use karenge. I mean, you will control us. It's not controlling. It's not controlling. It is what we get out of our studies. Evidence-based practice, we talk a lot. But are we able to? If we are not able to, we should do it. That is my request to all of you, and thank you for asking me to be part of this program.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. God bless.
So I am very thankful to Downtown University, Panikhaiti, for inviting me as a judge for today's scientific paper presentation. I am thankful to Chairperson Dr. Gitumani Bordaloy, and I am thankful to Organizing Secretary Nirmali Gogoi for inviting me. So thank you all.
Thank you, Inu. Thank you.
My heartfelt thanks to all the resource person and our dear Kande madam and Dr. Inu Boru for giving us the time for our sessions. As we were expected more presentations, and some of the presentations, although we have received, we could not accept it for the presentations. So we have to cut short the next session. So tomorrow again, we have another 6 presentations. So we have another set of judges for tomorrow. So thank you so much for Usao Kande ma'am, in spite of her health, and at this age also ma'am has so much enthusiasm to evaluate and join, listen carefully what the presenter is telling. And ma'am has a very beautiful center of maternity and obstetric nursing. So madam is having her own center where the mothers are giving birth, respectful maternity care they are getting. So it's a very, very good initiative. So I congratulate madam for on this initiation. And I also thank to Mrs. Dr. Inu Boru for giving us her valuable time. And I offer my sincere thanks to all the IT personnel, all the faculty of Department of Nursing. Everyone is helping us at their level. And I would like to thank our Assam Downtown University, IT professionals, as well as all the other dignitaries, Chancellor Sir, Vice Chancellor Sir, for giving us the time and giving us the opportunity to share our knowledge and view, and giving the opportunity to organize this conference. So thanks to one and everyone. If I have left anybody, please excuse me. So from my core of my heart, I thank each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So dear delegates, today we have come to the end of the program. Tomorrow 10 o'clock we will meet again. So thank you all.